Hello, everybody, and welcome to the City Council meeting of Tuesday, April the 18th. So the first order of business, we like to start our meetings off with the singing of the national anthem, O Canada. So let me read a little bit about our singer for tonight. Live in Chambers. Tamia Cox is a grade 10 honor roll student at Stamford High School. She performs the national anthem at all of Stamford's home sporting events. She's also a member of the choir and the production club. In Stamford's next musical, she's not only a cast member, but she's the lead choreographer. She's performed in numerous musical productions and most recently opened for the Roberta Hunt Quartet at the Hare Winery. Tamia is also a competitive dancer with Foundations Dance Company. And she's trained under a vocal coach at Performance On Point for the last 4 years. Tamia is the 2021 winner of the Jazz for the Ages Youth Competition for her age division. And as well, I should point out, she is the niece of Regional Councillor Joyce Morocco, and she is the granddaughter of our legal department, Sheila Morocco, who's also here. So I'm looking forward to a great rendition of O Canada with some dance mixed in. I'm looking forward to it. So Tamia, we are ready, and I'd ask everyone to please stand.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Wow. Hold on. So Tamia, that was unbelievable. What a powerful voice that you have.
Thank you.
Made me proud to be Canadian. I know we're all very impressed with your singing. And that might be good enough to help the Toronto Maple Leafs win the first round of the playoffs. So on behalf of the city, I want to say well done. We're proud of you. Congratulations. You got a bright future.
Thank you.
Awesome. Well done. Wow. I don't know. Where do you go from there? Let's just call it a day. If anybody was sleepy, that should wake you up. Thank you very much, Tamia. Now is the Land Acknowledgement and Traditional Indigenous Meeting opening. I'd like to invite Chief Stacy Laforum, Chief of the Mississaugas of the Credit, to share his testimony as we acknowledge and thank the Indigenous peoples who were stewards of this land for a millennia before us.
Jima, Chief R. Stacy Laforum, Mississaugas of the Credit. I'd like to acknowledge the Creator, the world around us, and our place within it. I acknowledge the many nations that walked this land in the past, the many nations that walk it today, and welcome you to the treaty lands of the Mississaugas of the Anishinaabe. The treaties with the Mississaugas are the Niagara Treaty of 1781 and the Between the Lakes Treaty of 1792. I would also like to acknowledge the Treaty of 1764 that recognized the Royal Proclamation of 1763, which set a new relationship between the Indigenous people and the Crown. Chimawich Bumpi.
Thank you, Chief. We're grateful together for the land that we share. So next order of business is that we are going to go in camera. So in camera, of course, is the part that we go in Committee Room 1, where we have discussions that we're not allowed to have in open. So I'm looking for a motion of council to go in camera. Moved by Councilor Pietrangelo, second by Councilor Newestag. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. So we will resume after in camera. We'll come back here once we're completed. All right, thank you, and everybody, welcome back. We just concluded our in-camera session of tonight's council meeting. Now we're going to resume our regularly scheduled meeting. So appreciate everyone's patience. Our in-camera went a little bit longer than we originally planned for. So now we are ready to get back to the original agenda. Earlier on, we already had the singing of O Canada and the land acknowledgement before we started our in-camera session. So next order of business, I'm looking for the adoption of the minutes from our March 21st meeting. Moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Strange. If there's no questions or comments, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you for that. Next up are disclosures of a pecuniary interest. Do we have any disclosures of council for the clerk tonight? All right, no pecuniary interest declarations. Excellent. So next on to everybody's favorite part of the meeting, and that is the mayor's comments and reports. So first off, we'll start with the sad part of obituaries. Thomas Thomson, brother of Council Member Wayne Thomson, passed away. We pass obviously our regrets on to Wayne and to his family. John Stanley Robert Schutt, father of Jared Schutt from our museum, passed away. And Ali Robert Graham, stepfather of Chris McCrae of our Municipal Works Department, also passed away. Our condolences to all of those who lost loved ones. I have no birthdays to announce. One happy thing I'm grateful to mention, and you'll look to your screens, the Niagara Health Foundation had our fundraising Speakeasy Gala. And there I was with Councillors Patel and Uestag, and it was a 100-year-old theme, flappers, back during the Prohibition days. So who knew that in my closet I had clothes I could wear that were from 100 years ago? Who knew? The ladies looked absolutely spectacular. We raised almost $500,000 for our new hospital. Yes, we can say that, yeah. And I was joined that night by Councillors Peter Angelo and Strange, who were a couple of gangster thugs. No photo of us. Yeah, you know what? I didn't have a photo of you guys. I apologize. But the girls look a lot better than you did. And also Councillor Patel and Uestag. I know I was joined also by our CAO and a number of our staff, and it was a big success, a lot of fun. So thank you to all who participated. Next on, big exciting announcement that we made along with our good friends from the Parks Commission at Table Rock, the Pinty's Grand Slam of Curling announcement. And this is going to be coming to the Gale Center this October. And there, pictured next to me, is Jennifer Jones. Between Councillors Uestag and I'll be okay, and Patel, Jennifer Jones, she's well known in the curling world. Her and her husband are curling heroes. And as I mentioned, I was joined by Councillors Patel, Uestag, and Strange that day. And for anybody that's into curling, we're going to have 64 of the most impressive curlers in the world, Olympians and people in the curling world that will be in town. And it's great because it's our shoulder season. It's a great opportunity, outside of the regular tourism season to have these extra events. So we're happy to have that going on in our community. Great job to everybody involved. I had the puck drop recently at the 2023 Women Canada versus Finland game. I was joined that night by Councillor Patel. I don't know if I missed anybody else that night for the hockey game. So thank you for joining us. A lot of exciting hockey as we played the Finns and Canada won. Comedy for Kidneys took place just recently, and I was joined also by Councillors Uestag and Patel. A lot of sore sides and knee slaps from all the comedy. We had our annual Easter egg hunt at Fireman's Park with the SCVFA, and what a huge success. And we were joined by Councillors Baldinelli, Peter Angelo, Patel, and Uestag. Thank you to all who came out for that big event. It was a record. The weather was perfect, and there were more kids than ever before. And what an exciting and what a great asset that we have in Fireman's Park. We had the Consul General of India recently visit us here from Toronto. I was joined by Councillor Patel as we dined at Table Rock. So again, more Niagara Parks Commission. Chair Bradley had his State of the Region address just recently. I was joined by Councillors Lococo, Uestag, and Patel to hear some of the latest happenings here. And of course, Regional Councillor Joyce Morocco, is she still here? Is she here still? Oh, there she is. So she was here as well. So we do want to acknowledge you. And of course, David, our MP, Tony Baldinelli, the other Tony Baldinelli. We offered Vishu greetings, happy Vishu, myself and Councillor Patel, this weekend at the temple as we're helping them to celebrate. So that was a great event. Enjoyed ourselves. Gus Global University Systems had their community mixer event. I don't know why that picture shrunk like that. And that was at Wine Local. And really exciting as they're kicking off. The very first cohort of students will arrive here in January. It'll be a smaller cohort, and then there will be many more after that. So we were joined that day by Councillors Strange, Baldinelli, Thompson, Newestag, Lococo, and Patel. I got everybody? Okay. It's not that easy to keep track, we have a lot of events. We had our Time to Shine formal. This was today, actually. That was at St. Paul's High School. I was joined by Councillor Peter Angelo. These were all of the special ed kids at all the Catholic schools in the city and beyond the city too?
All 8 high schools in the region.
Oh, thank you, Councillor. All 8 high schools in the region. In the past, that was hosted at St. Mike's High School, and Councillor Peter Angelo used to host that. And to see the kids so excited, some of them showing up in limos, some in buses with their tuxedos and their dresses, and dancing, live entertainment, like they were just beside themselves with excitement. So I was glad to be there, and we brought them some pins and whatnot. So it was a great day today. Today also, for the needy, not the greedy, had the retirement open house for Gary and Jill Taylor, who started their event 25 years ago. I don't know, I guess we don't have the picture. We don't have the picture for that one? No? Okay. We are also joined, I understand, by Councillor Newestag, stopped in as well. Anybody? No? Okay, we got them all. So anyway, and just for those of you that wonder, they take medical equipment and they oftentimes give it away or for nominal cost. So anyone who's been through that, where you've had a loved one and you had to buy, specialized beds and all sorts of mobility equipment, it is extremely expensive. And I know I've been through it myself personally, and then sometimes you only use it for weeks or months, and then what do you do with it? So these people take it and they give it where it's needed, and they're so fair, so reasonable, and they've been doing this for 25 years. They used to be in our downtown, and now they're out on site at Kinsman Court. So anyway, we acknowledge today Gary and Jill Taylor. Maybe we can find a picture of that for later today because of the efforts that he put in the community. Don't know why we don't have one. Grand openings and business openings. So we've got a couple of photos. The one was Chubby's Jerk House grand opening, and that was on April 1st, April Fool's Day. I was joined by Councillors Newestag, Peter Angelo, and Thompson, and that was pretty exciting on Victoria Avenue. Also that same day we had Cutie's Soda Pop Shop. So all these names, right? Like these names. So Chubby's Jerk House and Cutie's Soda Pop Shop. They had their grand opening / 1-year anniversary. So we were joined by Councillors Newestag, Peter Angelo, and Thompson, and that is at the McBain Center. And pretty exciting to see the buzz going on there now that we moved Coronation Senior Center there. Also, Wine Local had their 1-year anniversary / grand opening this past weekend, and I was joined by Councillors Baldinelli, Patel, and Newestag as they celebrated their opening out at Niagara Square. We also had the opening of Rajani Sweets and Restaurant, and I was joined by Councillors Baldinelli, Patel, and Newestag, and they opened up on Victoria Avenue with some delicious vegan tastes, I believe. Is that right? Vegan? Yes, okay. Vegetarian, okay. I always get vegan and vegetarian mixed up. I'm sorry, David Adames. I got to do a better job. And we had the grand opening of our Dollar Tree on Mcleod Road. That was pretty exciting. We had a big turnout that day, and I was joined by Councillors Thompson, Patel, Newestag, and Lococo, and Regional Councillor Morocco joined us as well. So, thank you to all for coming to all the different events. Oh, there it is. Good job. That is a picture of Gary and Jill Taylor. For the needy, not the greedy. And this is, they started this 25 years ago, and you can see his left leg was amputated at one point. It never stopped him. He kept on serving and volunteering. They are unbelievable. And I asked him if they thought they were actually going to be able to retire. I don't think they're going to. I think they're still going to be hanging around. But their philosophy is better to wear out than to rust out. So I'm glad. Thank you for finding that picture. That's great. Thank you for that. Next council meeting will be Tuesday, May the 9th. Now, unfortunately, I will be away that day, or for some of you, fortunately. So what I need is a motion of council. I'm appointing Councillor Peter Angelo to be the acting mayor while I'm away for a few days. So I would look for a motion of council. Councillor Campbell, seconded by Councillor Patel, and we'll call that vote. All those in favor? Okay, and thank you for that. Pardon me? Buddy? Oh, Buddy the dog. Yeah, for those of you, you're probably aware, for a day I made honorary mayor for the day. Buddy, or Pal, it was Pal, not Buddy. Pal was the mayor, and I had to get him the heck out of here because he was way more popular than me. And people are already starting campaigns to keep him in longer. And so anyway, I bought him some biscuits and I sent him away at some doggy daycare. So hopefully he stays away for a little bit, but definitely popular. And the reason we did that was to raise funds for people with kidney issues, with a kidney, not dialysis, it was, help me out, kidney, can someone help me out with the machine? It is not an echocardiogram, kidney, help me, it's one of those machines. What do you do when you have babies? Ultrasound, I think it was one of those kind of, wow, you guys are good. At least you're awake, I've never seen such participation. So, except when I said that the mayor was going to be the dog, you guys got excited too, those 2 times. So anyway, they raised money, $2 from every pizza sold from the pizzeria, and Buddy, Pal the dog, was helping promote it. And the guy's he's got like 1 million followers on social media. It's unbelievable. I don't know his secret, but anyway, so thank you for all of that. Now, next up, we've got deputations and presentations, and patiently waiting our friends from the Niagara Parks Commission. So we've got our chair, April Jeffson, former mayor of Wayne Fleet, and our CEO, David Adames, who are going to update council on some of the Niagara Parks Commission's updates. So thank you for being patient. If you can address the microphone, that would be terrific.
Well, good evening, Your Worship and council members. It's good to see all familiar faces this evening. And I'm just waiting for that to come up on there we go. And I wanted to say, while we're waiting for that you and the CAO did a fantastic job on the roundtable this morning at the McBain Center. I was listening on my way into work, and I enjoyed all the information that I already kind of knew, but it was very exciting.
Thank you for that. I just followed his lead.
So we just want to get to the first slide, I think. And am I moving it as I'm okay? See, I'm so used to sitting up there that I'm having a hard time here with the. So am I moving this, or is
she moving?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
all right,
you're moving
perfect.
it.
Okay, thank you. So again, thank you for having us come and present and give an update. And I know that a lot of you are already very familiar with what we do, but I am April Jeffs, the chair of the Parks Commission, and then we have CEO David Adames with us. So I'm going to do the first couple slides, and then as we have said many times, Your Worship, the brains behind everything is going to come up and do the rest of the presentation. So Niagara Parks was founded in 1885, and we know that it operates under the Niagara Parks Act. And the 2 founding principles are that it would never be a burden to the taxpayers of Ontario, and that it would be as free as much to the public to use. And we are board-governed operational enterprise under the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Sport. And as you know, and a lot of you know, we have a new minister, Neil Lumsden. So he's been down a couple of times, and I know Your Worship has had some meetings with him as well. So we're really happy to have him as our minister. And we are a 12-member board. So I am the chair, Bart Maves is the vice chair, and then of course we have the mayor serving on the board as well. And we do so. You were just recently reappointed, Your Worship, Mayor Wayne Redekop and Erwin Weens from the town of Niagara-on-the-Lake, and then Tom Messina also from Fort Erie. And then we just had a new commissioner, April Cotton, who was appointed. And then we do have 1 vacancy. So we're waiting. So right now we're 11 members, but we're waiting for that final appointment. And our mandate is to be the environmental and cultural stewards of the Niagara River. And then our vision is to be one of the most spectacular parks in the world. And I think we've already achieved that. But then again, I'm probably kind of biased. And so again, a lot of you know, we are self-funded, so we are revenue producing to keep all our operations going. We have our culinary, all our attractions, and then we have our environmental stewardship initiatives. We do have the Parks Foundation, which was kind of re-implement it back in April of last year, and we're just coming up on our 1-year anniversary. So I know David will touch on that a little bit later on in the presentation. And then we maintain our operations spanning 56 kilometers along the Niagara River Parkway. So from basically Fort Erie, the mouth of the Niagara River, right down into Niagara-on-the-Lake. So that's where I'm going to stop, and thank you again. And then I'll come back up if we have questions, but now I'll hand it back over to David.
Mr. Dames, welcome.
Thank you, Chair Jeffs, Mayor, members of council. Thanks so much for having us here tonight. So as Chair Jeffs mentioned, stewards of the Niagara River Corridor, and we have a wide variety of services which this map, the map depicts all those front-facing services that we offer along the Parkway. This is our brand strategy in terms of the master brand being Niagara Parks, our house of brands, so moving left to right, attractions, nature and gardens, heritage sites, culinary operations like full-service restaurants, quick service, of course our golf courses which open this coming Friday for the season, shops and weddings. In terms of post-pandemic tourism climate, I know this is a topical issue in Niagara Falls. So we are recovering. We're not entirely recovered. So we're certainly fully back in the black as a operational enterprise, but we're transacting at about 70 to 75% of pre-COVID levels. And what that means is we're missing that incremental US market and other international like Europe and Asia. So we knew going into this period it was going to take some time to recover, but to share it with council tonight, we are definitely seeing more American traffic. We're about 50% last year in terms of pre-COVID levels. We're hoping for 75% in 2023 and hopefully fully back by 2024. So tourism development, I think you know this, we are deeply invested in creating great guest experiences in the destination, growing our revenues, reducing expenses. We work closely with a number of tourism stakeholders ranging from the Convention Centre, Niagara Falls Tourism Partnership of Niagara, also Destination Ontario, Destination Canada. We're in this together, and it's now more important than ever to continue to work together to grow tourism. We introduced a brand new demand generator, new tourism attraction in 2 phases between 21 and 22. Of course, that was the Niagara Parks Power Station, the adaptive reuse of the former Canadian Niagara Power Station to great success. And we are currently in the request for proposal stage for the 2 other power stations, Toronto Power and the Ontario Power Generating Station. That closes mid-May. We should have an announcement this coming fall after the evaluation period. We're also very proud to work with the City of Niagara Falls, as well as Niagara Falls Tourism and Metrolinx to promote the GO Train service, which brings an awful lot of tourists into the destination. What else is new at Niagara Parks? Between 2019 and 2020, we invested $22 million, so fully funded from our operations in redeveloping our flagship location, Table Rock. So we fully renovated the main floor, renovated our restaurant, reintroduced our welcome centers in that location. Very proud of that renovation. And this year we're renovating the visitor queuing areas in Journey Behind the Falls, which is our top attraction. So the power station earlier, 2 awards that we're proud of, the Ontario Lieutenant Governor's Award for Conservation. Again, this is a $25 million adaptive reuse, which we took a loan through the Ontario Financing Authority. So again, no taxpayer dollars involved. We're repaying that loan over a 10-year period. And also the Niagara Region's Biennial Design Award, top prize there. In terms of the media impact, this was an earlier slide. We're well over $100 million in earned media and over 2,000 media articles globally. Just opening the tunnels, that was phase 2. In terms of sport tourism, and the mayor mentioned earlier about the Pinty's Grand Slam of curling coming in, but we're very proud to support other events. Of course, we have golf events at our championship golf courses. Legends was built to bring in sport events there. We also worked very closely with the Canada Games last year, hosting golf at Legends. But we also host other events like Ride to Conquer Cancer, the annual Barrelman Triathlon, and of course the Niagara Falls Marathon. Those are just some examples. In terms of our culinary operations, we're very proud to support local first, so Niagara Food and Beverage. We are Feast On certified through the Culinary Tourism Alliance. That means we buy at least 25% food and beverage from Ontario purveyors. We're well over 50% on the food side and well over 90% on beverage. So we always have carried Niagara VQA wine, Niagara craft beer, and Niagara spirits. In terms of environmental stewardship, and thank you for allowing the Niagara Parks to participate in the city's climate action plan, the committee, so we're involved in that. Here are some samples of some of the other projects that we are also invested in, like the Chippewa Grassland Habitat Project. That's a very important environmental stewardship work adjoining the Legends Golf Course, which is also Audubon certified. The launch of the Niagara Parks Foundation, as Chair Jeffs mentioned, a year ago, April. The foundation is put in place to support environmental and cultural stewardship initiatives at Niagara Parks. So we just received a large grant from the TD Bank for $400,000 over 3 years into Dufferin Islands, a much used space by local residents and visitors. And we also had a donation from Miller Waste Systems to replant trees at the north part of the parkway by John Street and the Niagara Parkway. In terms of community connections, a range of them on the screen, and for viewers at home, the $40 annual pass, parking pass rather, that is accessible for all of our parking spaces at Niagara Parks. A great vehicle, pardon the pun, for folks to, again, come out to our sites, a great vehicle for both local residents and frequent visitors. Other examples, the very last bullet point there, we work with the Niagara Falls Rotary Club to host their Rib Fest at Rapids View. So this is just some examples on the screen of initiatives that we do to support community. Explore the Niagara was an initiative that we launched last year, again, a post-COVID recovery initiative working with the City of Niagara Falls, Town of Niagara Lake, Town of Fort Erie, Parks Canada, to build out content, stories, narratives along the whole Niagara River corridor. So Indigenous history, Black history, nation building like War of 1812 and Fenian raids, also nature and gardens. And more of that content will be built out over the years to come. In terms of other key projects, I already mentioned the redevelopment of the other 2 power stations. That was part of our strategic plan. We're very intrigued by the bidders on those power stations, and again, we'll have something to announce shortly on that. We have 2 new chefs at 2 of our core restaurants. We had a retirement at one of our restaurants, Table Rock, and another chef left us at Queen Victoria Place. We have 2 new chefs in place to welcome visitors this year. We'll have a new exhibit at the Niagara Parks Power Station, a new sponsored exhibit later this year. In terms of key projects continuing, Truth and Reconciliation Day, we had 2 strong days of programming last year at Niagara Parks in Queen Victoria Park by the Power Station. We'll continue that tradition this year once again. And also the launch of the Sonic Tour at the Niagara Glen this year. We'll be doing that, a soft launch in June, and then a bigger launch in September. So with that, through the Mayor, both Chair Jeffs and I are here to answer any questions that you may have. Lots on the go. We're very much looking forward to a great 2023.
Great. So do we have any questions? I'm just taking pictures for the record here, so we'll be shy now. Do we have any questions? Yes, Councillor Newestag.
Thank you very much for the great presentation. Niagara Parks is a true treasure, and we're very, very fortunate to have Niagara Parks as for the Niagara residents. How many people get to live in a city that have a park and all the amenities? This upcoming June, as every June, is National Seniors Month. And I was just wondering if you thought of any programs that you could help seniors come and explore some of the great attractions that we have, like design a program very similar to what you have for the yearly parking pass, just so, we have so many of them, they're on a limited fixed income, and perhaps that's something, especially the new power
Station.
the power station that we have, just so that they can get to enjoy things as well.
Yeah, no, thank you for that, and that's a great suggestion, and that's something that we can definitely take back, or Your Worship, if you even want to raise that at the next meeting. So that's June?
June is National
Okay.
Seniors.
Yeah.
I just got on the Seniors Advisory Committee and found that today.
No,
So
that's a great.
You're coming today, this might be perfect opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. No, we've also been speaking to organizations like the Niagara Children's Center to look at ways to have families who have children with special needs coming and being able to have better access. So this is a great suggestion too for seniors to to be able to utilize and visit our attractions. I don't know if you want to add to that, or
That's perfect.
Yeah, definitely something that we can take back. So thank you for that suggestion.
Thank you, Councillor. Appreciate that. Any other questions for, yes, Councillor Strange?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you both of you for the presentation. Just talking about the power plant, I went when you guys initially opened it up, and it's just a great venue. And I noticed, I think it was Molson's rented it out one day and had a big concert, and are you finding that you're getting a lot of traction from people wanting to rent that area out? Because it's just a beautiful facility.
I'll let David speak to that more, but I know it is increasing the buyouts for the power station, but you can probably speak better to that.
Yeah, no, through the mayor, no, great question. We're absolutely getting more and more interest from corporate groups, not-for-profit groups to rent the facility. Molson's was in very recently, great buyout opportunity. So we very much envisioned that for the power station, having different types of uses. So yes, the phone is open for inquiries.
That's amazing.
All right, well, if there's no further questions, oh, yes, Councillor Newstag.
Just out of curiosity, if you're traveling down the Parkway South End, we see a lot of trees that have been taken down. Just for our residents, can you just expand as to what's happening there and what your plans are for new trees?
So through the mayor, so unfortunately we have a lot of ash trees on the South Parkway. So by Service Road 30, we just did a very significant cleanup job, taking out dead ash trees, primarily for safety reasons. But we are scheduled to plant at least 5,000 trees per year at Niagara Park. So we have about a 28% tree canopy coverage today along the Niagara River corridor. We want 35% by 2028. So as a result, we need to plant 5,000 trees. So we will have a community tree planting event, at least one this year, maybe two. And that's also part of the foundation to promote donations for tree planting at Niagara Parks. We also have a memorial tree and bench program through the foundation too.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. If there's no further questions, so these are just for council desk questions right now. So what we'll do then, I'll look for a motion to receive the presentation. Moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Strange. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. So thank you very much to both of you for being here today. Great presentation.
Thank you, everybody.
Right, thank you. Moving on next to, and feel free to stick around. It's a very exciting, riveting meeting. No? Okay. Next up, item 6.3, appointment request, AMD for Hope. And we'd like to invite up Julio Batras Gavidia.
Yep.
And he is the president, Rotary Club of St. Catharines South, along with Victoria Biliak, president of AMD for Hope. So we'll leave it for you to do your presentation. Welcome.
Yes, and good afternoon, Your Worship, Mayor Diodati, and members of council. I think I pretty much know everybody here. If not, I'm Julio. I'm the CEO of Paradigm Ventures Niagara. We're a local company. I'm actually on Queen Street as well. If we can bring up the presentation, then we can go there. Let's see here. We'll talk about a little bit. So I'm actually here with Victoria Biliak-Katz. She's the president of AIM for Hope. And the reason that we're here is actually to express our heartfelt thanks to the citizens of Niagara Falls for their ongoing support in our efforts to provide humanitarian aid to the most vulnerable who have been affected by the war in Ukraine. So let's see here. Oh, so there's who we are. So who we are and what we do. So AIM for Hope is actually a grassroots not-for-profit organization that was founded in March 2022 by Anna Deshemshin in response to the war in Ukraine. Anna, she's a young single mother of two. She was very heartbroken when she learned about the war, and she decided that she needed to do something to help the marginalized populations, such as children, women, the elderly, and people with disabilities who had been affected by the conflict. So she registered AIM for Hope, which is actually an acronym of the names of her name, Anna, and her two sons, Marco and Danilo, and it's pronounced AIM for Hope. She says, we aim for hope and we got the help to bring it to life. Now, the organization provides, does it go further? That one. How do I go to the next slide? Oh, there we go. So the organization provides medical supplies and basic necessities to those who are most vulnerable. In January of this year, Anna had to step down from her organization that she started because she started to serve with the Canadian Air Forces. She's now a second lieutenant with the Canadian Air Forces in Kingston. So since then, she passed on the leadership of the organization to Victoria Biliak-Katz, who was previously the vice president, and to Nadia, who's also with us, along with other members of the board, and who joined in as vice president. Both Victoria and Nadia have big hearts and a big passion to make the organization succeed and help people. So
Okay.
I'm going to ask for the next. So I'm going to ask Victoria to speak a little bit about our programs and initiatives.
So AMD for Hope has sent 12 shipments to date, including 5 sea containers with an average value of $126,000 each, and 7 air shipments of medicine with an average value of $200,000 each. So we delivered supplies to more than 15 cities in Ukraine, and this includes Lviv, Kyiv, Dnipro, and Bakhmut. This picture show you how some of the supplies get to their destination, and when the supplies arrive, people are very grateful to receive them. Even small things like a toy can help a child cope with the atrocities of a war. In addition, to providing aid to Ukraine, AMD for Hope also focuses on helping displaced families who have come to Canada due to the conflict.
Sorry, it's just not going. There's that.
We provide various programs for the newcomers, such as social and informational support to help displaced families to connect with the local community. This includes providing information about available resources and services, such as finding employment opportunities, navigating the rental market, and obtaining necessary documents. We also provide humanitarian aid that includes essential goods like cookware, bedding, clothing, and other household items, as well as assistance with the logistics of moving for displaced families.
Okay. These are some pictures of different things that we do locally. And locally, AIM for Hope has helped over 200 families. Okay, so the next slide, please. So how do we do this? So AIM for Hope works in collaborations with different local and international partners to maximize our impact and reach. Through her contacts, Anna partnered up with another organization that got started because of the war. It's called Stay Safe Ukraine. They're pretty much our boots on the ground, and they gather information as to what is needed, where the need is most, plus they do most of the distribution in Ukraine. They create a list of what is needed and then send it to AIM for Hope. The list of needed supplies and medicines can also come from doctors and hospitals and even the mayors of different towns in Ukraine. That's how we know what to send and who to send it to. Next slide, please. We can do that. So, and then once we get that list, we get it to Niagara Stewards. Actually, you can go back one more slide, please. Sorry. Niagara Stewards, which is another organization by that was set up by Dr. Ken Taylor. He's the chair of the Niagara chapter, and his wife, Denise Taylor and Jane Gordon, are part of that organization. They collect a lot of the medicine and medical supplies that we need. And then, as you know, for the needy, not the greedy, next slide, please, which Mayor Diodati talked about. They've actually been great contributors to our cause. For the Needy, Not the Greedy has donated over 250 wheelchairs and thousands of pieces of equipment to our cause. Now, if you look on the top right, that's actually the future donations that they already collected. So we already have another container that is ready to go, thanks to them. Jim Kravitz, and his crew, they actually they've helped out collect a lot of these things, and they've even helped with our fundraising efforts. They've even collected $5,000 of the next $10,000 that we need for another shipment. So I think we're very grateful for the help. Along with that, we're also grateful to St. Peter and St. Paul Ukrainian Orthodox Church on Silver Place. They've offered their building as a headquarters for AIM for Hope and a collection and sorting depot. Next slide, please. And Niagara Warehouse of Hope, they've actually provided the warehouse as a place for us to store the items and another place to pack it and pack it into the containers and send it off. Plus, it also help us with fundraising efforts and a few other things as well. Next slide, please. And also, the various clubs in Niagara region have come together through Rotary District 7090, and they've come to fundraise different amounts of money. We've actually fundraised over $25,000 from the Rotary International Disaster Response Grant, and they've also helped with collecting and packing some of the items. Let's see here, and okay. So I would like to play, will it be possible to play this video?
Yeah, can we be able to play that?
It's a very short video. I just want to show you. So this is going to show what it's like when to deliver the items.
It's one of the buildings of the hospital complex in Zalocin.
This is the children's wing of the hospital that got a direct hit.
Wszystko jest zniszczone. To jest szpital i wszystkie rzeczy, wszystko zginęło. I tutaj dużo ludzi zaginęło, mówią nam. W tym miejscu. We brought medical aid for these people. This aid that is needed here. We met great people that are staying here. They are brave, have no fear, staying with helping people, civilians that are here. So I want to thank PECUNIARY organization and AMD for Hope for aid that was given to us so we can bring it here and share with this hospital. This is the mayor of the Zalocin city, and I give the word for him.
Okay, next slide, please. So that just kind of shows you how what it's like to take the different items to Ukraine and to deliver them. Now we want to talk about what we have in the future. We have some upcoming events that will be happening. If you go to the next slide, please. Tomorrow we're inviting council and the mayor, if you're able to come. I know it's last minute. So tomorrow at 5 o'clock, we're going to be packing basic needs for seniors, and that we're going to be sending in the next container. We're going to be joined by many members from different clubs in Canada and the United States from the Rotary Club. So if you'd like to come and see what we do, that will be a great time to do so. If you're not able to do so, please call us, and we'll be happy to show you around and give you a tour of what the different things we do. Next slide, please. And then later on May 18th?
May 14th,
Sorry.
Mother's Day.
Yeah.
We will be hosting the event with the Ukrainian live music, souvenirs, some light snacks. So the entrance is just $5 donation, and that will help us to cover the shipping cost of the next container.
And through the summer, we're also partnering up with some local businesses on Queen Street, and we would like to host part of the motorcycle show that will be hosted through the summer. That will also be coming, that money will be coming towards us as well. So as you can see, like the Niagara community has come together to help those in need. And on behalf of AIM for Hope, we would like to express our deepest gratitude again to the citizens of Niagara Falls for their unwavering support in our humanitarian efforts. Your generosity and compassion have made a significant impact, and we're committed to continuing our work to provide aid to those who need it the most. So thank you very much, and thank you very much for your attention and support.
Thank you very much. Yeah, you can clap for that, for sure.
Any questions?
Do we have any questions of council for Julio or Victoria? Yes, Councilor Strange.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I just want to thank you guys for coming up, and it really hits home when you see what it's done to Ukraine. And I know there's so passionate people too, especially when you see President Zelensky and Mayor Klitschko. They're putting their stuff on and they're fighting till the end, and it's unbelievable what you see, and especially when it hits your elderlies and children. And I just want to thank you from everyone from Niagara Falls for what you guys are doing. And I don't know if there's anything that we can do at City Hall, if we can have something downstairs that maybe internally we can get some collections going. Maybe something downstairs we can put a box or whatever that maybe we can donate some of the stuff that they were talking about here with shampoo, shoes, clothing, whatever it may be, and maybe we can get the city clerk to get that off you, and we can have a collection of ourselves here.
Thank you.
Donating some stuff. So
Thank you.
Thank you.
Would you like to make that motion, Councillor?
Yeah, I'll make that motion.
Okay, so motion by Councillor Strange, second by Councillor Newestag, that we receive donations
Sure.
for Ukraine. Okay, if there's no discussion, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved unanimously. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And also, when we had our event at the Falls for the 1-year anniversary of the invasion, you know, I reminded the people that it was only, 3 years ago or 3.5 years ago that Vladimir Zelensky was here in Niagara Falls, right, at the Falls with his wife Elena, and we were talking at that time. Who knew what was about to come? And I know Niagara Falls is in his heart as well, as is Canada, and all the efforts, and especially with the massive Ukrainian community that lives in this country. There's a lot of connections, right? It's I think we're very much connected to what's going on there. And I mentioned before too, and I'm a quarter Ukrainian as well, so I've got some Ukrainian blood as well. So on behalf of the city, we appreciate all that you're doing, and let's hope that this doesn't last too much longer. So thank you for everybody for your support, and appreciate you coming out tonight to present.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And like we said to the last group, feel free to stick around. It's an exciting night tonight, as all council meetings are. I'm now going to call on our city clerk to please introduce the next item on the agenda.
So if anyone's looking at the agenda, you'll see that 6.4 would be next. We are going to just defer that until later on in the agenda so that we can start our planning public meetings. So a public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's official plan and zoning bylaw to permit the conversion of the existing Optimus Club building for commercial use and to permit the construction of a separate building for commercial uses at 7085 Morrison Street. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on March 17th, 2023, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passing of the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment, to participate in any site plan process, if applicable, or preserve their opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal, shall give notice to the city clerk immediately after today's public meeting or by signing the sign-in sheets located outside council chamber.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I now call on our planner, Alexa Copper, to please address council and explain the reason for the proposed amendments.
All right. Thank you for the introduction. Good evening. Before us tonight is a application to redesignate and rezone 7085 Morrison Street to permit commercial uses on the property. So here's a location map. The property is surrounded by detached dwellings, townhouse dwellings, a commercial retail plaza, as well as big box retail. A little bit of background. An official planning and zoning bylaw amendment have been submitted for the subject lands that are approximately a little under a hectare in size. In March 2023, this past month, the Committee of Adjustment granted approval to permit an office use in the existing Optimus building. The official plan amendment is to redesignate the lands from open space to major commercial, and the zoning bylaw amendment is to rezone the lands from open space to a general commercial zone with no site specifics. Here's the site plan for the property. You can see that they're intending to keep the existing Optimus building and use it for commercial purposes, and they're also proposing a new commercial building with 9 commercial units. A number of neighborhood comments were received for the proposal. There were concerns about residential compatibility, and staff as a response have recommended a 12.5 meter rear yard setback, as well as a 3 meter landscape buffer contained in that setback to help with compatibility. There were concerns for noise and crime, and I checked with our bylaw department. We haven't received any noise complaints for this property or the commercial plaza next door. There were concerns for light pollution and fencing. This will be addressed through the site plan process, and just as a note, no light trespass is permitted onto neighboring properties, and a 1.8 meter fence is required between this property and residential properties. There were traffic concerns, and our transportation services stated that they had no concerns with traffic for the property. There were concerns about loss of park, and I just want to note that the Optimus property is private land and is not considered a public park. Meadowvale Park is nearby to service the neighborhood. There were also concerns about property values. There's no significant impact to property values that are anticipated as a result of this development. There were also concerns about tree removal. Unfortunately, the property didn't qualify as a significant woodlot, so regional tree removal permits were not required. But we are seeking tree compensation, and discussions with municipal works have occurred, and I believe it's at a rate of 2 trees for every tree that was removed on the property. So staff's recommendation is that council approve the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment on tonight's agenda.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for Alexa of council? No? Okay, thank you very much.
Great.
Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting could result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral that it receives. Failure to notify the city clerk to preserve their opportunity to appeal will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per section 3419 of the Planning Act. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed amendment. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone who wishes to speak?
Yes, we do have a few. We'll start with those who have reached out and asked to be participating online first, and then I know we have at least one in the gallery. But we'll start online first with Ms. Lori McClellan.
Okay. Is Ms. McClellan online? Yes? Ms. McClellan, can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm trying to sign in here. Hello?
Hello, we hear you.
Mayor?
Yep, we hear you.
Okay, hello, Mr. Mayor, Jim Diodati, and councilors that we've put there in our beautiful chambers.
Thank you.
I have concerns with regards to a traffic survey being conducted. Since we live directly behind where this new proposed strip mall is going to be placed, I was wondering when a traffic survey was performed, because that will add to the amount of congestion with the new bus lanes that they have put on Morrison, plus the new traffic that will be in that area. So that's one concern. And the second was with regards to the trees that were cut down on the property. They were heritage trees by the diameter. As a former member of the Royal Botanical Gardens in Burlington, the reason we chose this particular lot when we purchased this area, River Realty at that time was supposed to keep a green space through the Optimus, because this whole area was owned at one time by Optimus Park, where the baseball diamonds were, and it was to be promised when we purchased this land through the city, and there was easement things that we had to go through just to obtain our property here at lot 49, that we would maintain a green open space. And that's why we purchased in this particular place to retire to raise a family as a multi-generational home. Our daughter's going to Brock University. I must say that I'm glad my father wasn't alive to see the trees being cut down this spring, because it would have broken his heart. But for the canopy, yes, plant some more trees. Hopefully it'll be on that little strip behind this little fence behind our house, so we don't have to look on the back of a mall. The fence issue is going to be short, so I will be looking upon a concrete wall. And had I known this, I wouldn't have purchased here. As much as I love my beautiful Niagara Falls, and yes, I do have the parking pass down at the falls. Since the day we moved in here, I went down and secured that. I have great concern about what is going on behind my house, from rat mitigation to rodent infestation, which we've had to mediate from behind the other end of the strip mall. People on Optimist Lane have had to go out and really have their own mitigation against the rodent infestation from garbages. If you're looking at the plan, privately. We've done that privately with no help from the Board of Health or the city with regards to mediation of rodents. And as it stands right now, the building they're proposing, which we are against, will have the garbage bins directly behind my house. So those are just a few things. Rat infestation, the trees, and that we were originally told that they were required upon originally purchasing this particular area of Optimist Lane, that there would always be a green space. Yes, there's a green space at another park. However, we know it's not our park, but it was a green space within the city that helps to clean out the bus traffic pollution and cool the area. That's a lot. As you can see, I'm against this with my husband and my daughter and a few other neighbors, but I'm stating my piece right now.
And it's
so
definitely value of your house.
Yes, and it will definitely affect the value of my home, as opposed to looking on a green space open with beautiful trees to looking at a wall at the back of a strip mall.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Ms. McClellan. And what we'll do is we've got a couple more speakers, and then when we bring the applicant up, they can address some of your concerns.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councilors.
Thank you. So, Mr. Clerk, who do we have next?
Next up, also on Zoom, would be Pam and Bruno Carrera.
Okay. Can you tell if they're online? Yep. Okay. Pam and Bruno Carrera, can you hear us? Hello, Pam and Bruno Carrera. Are you there? I feel like I'm in a space movie. Please come in. Are you there? Pardon me? They left? Okay. No.
Okay, I would suggest we could go back and look for them again later if they're still there.
I'm here now, sir.
All
We
right.
had a little bit of trouble rejoining as an attendee.
Okay.
I apologize for the delay.
No problem. So, welcome to the council meeting, Ms. Carrera, and you've got 5 minutes. So, whatever you want to share with us. I don't know if you heard what Ms. McClellan already had to say.
Yes, I did hear it all.
Okay,
Thank
great.
you,
Okay.
Mayor Diodati and council for allowing us to speak on this topic that's pretty near and dear to our heart. I think that Lori has communicated most of our group's concerns. I'm calling in on behalf of my elderly parents who built that property. And like Lori said, they bought that property based on the green space and the lovely trees that were behind their yard. They are directly behind them. So they are missing that, obviously. I know that there's not much we can do about it, but we did want to make sure our concerns were noted. A couple of things that we talked about at the original meeting several weeks ago was the fence height. We had requested an increased fence height to 2.47 meters versus the 1.8 that was mentioned earlier. Again, that's just to ensure a little bit more privacy from the brick wall that we're going to see behind us when this plaza is built. The other concern we have is there's already an issue in this area with rats from the other plazas that are there, from the garbage. So the other thing that we requested is either an in-ground garbage receptacle, which we've seen around the city in several locations, or a totally enclosed garbage bin system so that we could hopefully eliminate any additional rodents in the area. And that was also not addressed in the previous presentation. Those are two biggies for us. So I just wanted to make that known that those are our concerns.
Okay, great. And then I couldn't quite make out what you said, the fence heights.
The fence height that we requested was 2.47 meters. And I believe in the presentation to Alexis, she had mentioned 1.8 meters.
Okay, got it. Okay. Okay, great. Okay, well, we will bring these concerns forward when the applicant is here. We still have one more speaker, and then we'll get them addressed.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Diodati.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, so are we on to Mr. DeLuca?
Yes, I see that Mr. DeLuca is present, and then once he's finished, you could ask the gallery if there's anyone else.
Okay, great. Mr. DeLuca, welcome to the meeting.
Thank you. Members of council, I wanted just to go in a totally different direction. I think this is a perfect example of infilling. This is a commercial property beside two commercial properties, and we have a local developer who understands fully the commercial market, and they understand what's needed in that area, and that is a perfect example of that. And I'm really kind of thinking of the fact is this is a perfect example, therefore that there should be and consideration, not necessarily for this application, but relieving those types of projects of development charges, because you're not using any of the infrastructure. All the things that we always require from all these other projects, we don't need in this instance. So basically saving the money. And then the problem that I guess that comes out of this is that this is a local developer who's been here for a long period of time, understands the market. What about non-locals who come here? Is there some point at one point that can we not consider commercial targets for development, because we are, in some instances, we have vacancy rates higher in the downtown and midtown areas, but we also have very few vacancies in other areas. So I'm just hoping the fact is that we could look at possibly capping commercial development in certain areas and then looking at areas where there's a lot of vacancy in this area. And also that maybe we could start thinking about zoning and putting possibly a 10-year limit on applications that have been sitting for, if not longer. Obviously, the ones that have already been approved can be grandfathered, but something else in regards to encouraging some of these projects that have been sitting for a long period of time, that we should look at some sort of limit. And one of the things that wasn't addressed was traffic. And I wanted at this time to suggest that maybe it's time to revisit the on-ramp onto the QEW. I know that it was suggested a long time ago that it couldn't be done. I think that there is an opportunity to alleviate a lot of the traffic in the area if an on-ramp, only an on-ramp, onto the QEW, on towards Thorold Stone. You have the land, it's sitting there empty, and I just think maybe it might be an opportunity to revisit that at this time, because it would relieve a lot of traffic. People from Optimus Lane would go right back on the highway, and they can avoid that whole area. I don't have a picture of it, but if you visualize it, it's basically there's a large space that is empty and can be used for that. And if we're not going to do it, and it's definitely not going to happen, there's an opportunity for housing or more commercial development that I believe the city owns that property as well. The other question I do have is, and I'm not sure if this is something that can be today, but looking at how much commercial development except hotels that is approved or proposed in Niagara Falls? And that was a question I wanted to ask, and I don't need the answer today, but I really would like to know what that is, because it seems like there's a lot of commercial development to propose that's never ever happened. And if I could use an example of the Thundering Waters, or whatever it's called now, is that they had a commercial proponent. I think that left, and now it's all residential, but there was a commercial development proposal part of it, but I didn't know what that quantity was. And I was just curious what that is. Those are my comments, and thank you very much.
Any questions of council for Mr. DeLuca? So that's something maybe we can ask staff to come back, because I guess that's something you don't have in your fingertips. I'll ask our planner, or general manager of planning. Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Your Worship. Unfortunately, the last time we did any commercial assessment was back in 2013, so we really don't have that detail right now. Something maybe in the future we can get a handle on. We are going to be embarking on a city view system that will start to track applications and give us more data. We're just not there yet, unfortunately.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So is that it, Mr. Clerk? Is there anyone else here that wishes, other than the applicant, who wishes to address council on this matter? Okay, seeing none, council will now hear from the applicant or his or her representative.
Good evening, Your Worship and members of council. I appear on behalf of the applicant and its principal, Stuart Branscombe. We've read the planning report and we agree with the recommendations for approval, and we ask that you approve the recommendations. I'll briefly try and deal with some of the comments and issues that have been raised. With respect to trees, as you've heard, the Optimus property are private lands. It's not a public park. My client made all necessary inquiries at the region and the city and was told that the trees could be cut down without a permit. The city is requesting 2 trees be planted for each tree that was cut down in compensation, and our client is agreeing to do so, resulting in 36 trees, which will be 7 feet tall each. There was mention of a traffic study. During the pre-consultation process, it was determined that a traffic study was not necessary given the intensification of the use. We're going from basically a banquet hall that has a capacity of hundreds of people versus what's now going to be an office use in that building. So it was determined that there's going to be no increase in traffic. If anything, there's going to be a decrease in traffic with the new uses coming in versus what was there. There was mention of a landscaping strip at the rear of the building. The city has requested a 3-meter landscaping strip as mitigation behind the new building, and our client has agreed. This is nearly double the existing strip behind the Optimus Club building and the existing commercial plaza. Privacy fence, there was a suggestion that it should be a concrete wall or it should be double the height that's been recommended by council. You have to keep in mind that the fence already exists. It is the same height through the entire property from Optimus building all the way around the corner to Dorchester. So basically, what's there is what's going to be there. It doesn't make sense that you're going to have a 5-6 foot fence, and then behind the new building, it's going to go up to 9 feet, and then back down to 5 or 6 across the balance of the property. Opportunity does exist to plant some of the 36 7-foot trees that have been committed along this fence as a buffer. And if we can fit all 36 there and the city's fine with that, we'll put all 36 along that back property line. There was mention of garbage and pest control. A garbage enclosure is proposed behind the proposed building to city standards. And there is a contract for regular pest control for the plaza. With respect to the Optimus building, there were some comments in the written comments you received asking what was going to happen there. It's going to be repurposed as an office use. The entire building will be occupied by the tenant, which is a 9 to 5 business, Monday to Friday. There'll be no changes to the exterior of the building and no changes to the parking lot or landscaping. There was some concerns over the potential uses in the new building. The new building is just over 11,000 square feet. I can tell you there's little to no opportunity to have a restaurant or bar in the new building. Boston Pizza, Tim Hortons, and Unita Pita all have exclusivity rights preventing any competing businesses. So there's not much left that you can put in the building. Fully expect that the tenants in the new building will be professionals in the financial, legal, and medical fields based on discussions to date with prospective tenants. I think I've dealt with all of the comments that we heard. Mr. DeLuca brought up some good points. We're prepared to pay development charges, but if you ever want to waive them, we're not going to argue with you. But I appreciate his comments, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Councillor Strange?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Vaca. And the only problem, and I like the development, and the only problem I have is, you know what, a couple of meetings ago, Councillor Peter Angelo brought up about a lot of trees getting cut down with developments, and we know this wasn't a tree lot, so we were basically allowed to remove them, but it's still not a great thing, and I know some residents are upset over it behind the development, and in regards with the garbage as well, because there is a rat problem in that area, because I guess because of some of the commercial properties with garbage behind there. So I just wondering if you might be able to increase the trees, and particularly in the back. I don't know how many you can put down around there just to appease the neighbors, but I'd love to see at least 12 nice big sized trees. I don't know if you can talk with your client, and as well possibly get rid of the dumpster that is in the site plan and find a better place for it. And that would remedy hopefully any kind of rodent problem, and it would give it a little bit of buffer to those residents behind there. So I don't know if you can talk with your client, if
Sure.
that would be able to do so, or.
Yeah, if I can just have 1 minute.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. So we're not at the, did you want to speak next? Okay. We should have Jeopardy music or something when this happens. Mr. Clerk, could we work on that? Is that possible? But, yeah.
Are you suggesting some elevator music? It's a
Well,
good
something.
idea. Yeah.
Either that or, yeah.
So I've had a chance to speak to Mr. Mestick, and he's authorized me to offer another 12 in addition to the 36. We'll go up to 48 trees, 7 feet tall. Through the site plan process, we can decide how many can go along the back strip. It could be more than 12. I mean, we don't care. We're going to offer 48 trees. You tell us where to put it, okay? On the issue of the dumpster, there was discussion of maybe a fully enclosed dumpster, a mullock system. We'll do even better than that. We'll remove the dumpster completely from behind the building, and we'll use the existing enclosure that's at the Optimus building instead.
Oh.
Okay, so that's going to be nowhere near these neighbors.
Sometimes you just have to ask. But thank you so much. I really appreciate that, and hopefully the residents that were online will appreciate that we're out for them, and at the same time we're increasing our tree canopy. So thank you very much, and when the public meeting's closed, I'm willing to make the motion.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Councillor Strange. Councillor Newestag.
Since you're being very generous, through you, Mr. Mayor, maybe in addition to the trees, or even if we gave up some, the fence seems to be a big issue for the residents in behind, and they really are talking about green space. There are those living walls. I have them. They work well. They grow quite high. Maybe you can consider something of that, so at least they have the green space in addition to the trees, or maybe a complement of the two. You can
Yeah, we can discuss that through the site plan process for sure. Yeah.
And are the residents who back onto it part of that site plan, that they would be able to have some say in it?
You're free to make that part of your motion if you wish. Yes.
So we'll do, when we close the meeting, then we can add that in, and if you two want to tag team on the motion.
Okay, thank you.
You guys can do that?
Thank you.
That's great. Councillor Patel.
Actually, I'm glad that you guys are repurposing the existing, the Optimist Club building. It's a beautiful building.
It is.
So it's great to hear that you're repurposing that. And about the tree, could you go with the taller tree, like bigger tree compared to 7 feet?
Well, that's what the city asked for, was 36 trees at 7 feet. I mean, through the site plan process, we can negotiate the height of the trees. I mean, we're prepared to negotiate the height of the trees through the site plan process.
Because it might be easier for a tree at certain height to grow faster than just 7 feet. I think that's my understanding. Is that true?
If I may, yes. So we do know from our arborists that a 60 millimeter tree, which is usually about 10 to 12 feet, does grow faster and quicker, even than a 70 millimeter, and that's something that they were recommending that you might consider.
Okay. Yeah, we can, for the trees that go along the back strip, we can talk about higher trees. I think that's the only point where there's an issue of privacy. So through the site plan process, we can definitely discuss taller trees along that back strip. I think the question is how many trees are going to be able to fit on that back strip, and I'll defer to you.
Thank you. Usually, you know, you have your trees about 10 meters on center, and that's usually about all you can get, but we can figure out what that'll mean for the back strip.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. We've got Councillor Lococo, then Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Almost on every development application that comes through, I always talk about trees, and I know everybody was so tired of hearing it, but I'm so glad that we're moving in the direction about trees and tree canopy and open space. I was devastated when I saw those huge trees being cut down, but the developer doesn't have any laws to prohibit them from cutting it down. So that's our fault. We need to do better with our laws, and we really need to bring that tree bylaw forward soon because we're losing a lot of our trees. I'm really happy to see that the developer is putting in the trees, and we've amended the size and the width, so that is great. I also wanted to bring up about open space. I did talk to Ms. Dolce about open space. A couple of residents called me about open space, and they felt that open space should always be open space. And Ms. Dolce explained to me that if open space is on private property, there was never an intention of it to remain open space forever. So I'd like the residents to understand that that's what we're working with. We have certain rules and guidelines about what we have to do, whether we're going to approve a project or not. And this does fit in with it, and I'm glad that we're all negotiating to make it a better proposal. But I think it's a good proposal for there. There's already commercial there, so this is just sort of extending that, and I will support it.
Thank you for that. Councillor Thompson.
I think if we had this information and pictures of the property before, we would had a different opinion. I was a week and a half driving out there to the Canadian Tire, and I saw the trees being cut down. They were huge and all over and I thought, what's going on with the Optimus? This is unbelievable. But they took all of them down, and so it's a plaza on the front and the back and all around there. So it's a commercial property. I would like to have to see this before and put a couple or three of those huge, beautiful trees, but you're doing it at the back, and it's commercial property, so I'm supporting it. But I was really upset, and I didn't know that the Optimus were going out at the same time. Anyway, you got a great piece of property to development, but I think it would have been better if you kept some of these huge, beautiful trees. That was unbelievable. Yeah.
Well, thank you for that, Councillor. And I'll throw my comments too. I grew up playing baseball at that park too, and then we had Canada Day, and yeah, and I agree. But some of those trees I also noticed were hollow. Some of them were diseased for sure. But I think this is a great compromise. Councillor Strange has negotiated, so we're going to have more trees, bigger trees. Garbage is gone. I think it addresses a lot of the concerns. So I'm happy that we've got all your questions answered. So now, the public meeting with respect to the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move the recommendation with the added, I guess it would be 12 trees, and then added on to 36. You'd have 48 trees added, as well as moving the garbage, so they're enclosing it. And to have the public involved with the site plan as Councillor Newesteg. And a consideration of the living wall.
Okay.
Right?
Okay. Oh, well, I think she seconded. I think that's what they're, are you guys tag teaming it? Like,
Yeah.
Yeah. So, did you want to speak? Sorry, did you?
And if we can add some height to the trees, okay?
We'll leave that for site plan.
Okay.
Just don't plant them higher, right, to make it look like they're bigger. Okay, so does everybody understand the motion? Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you very much for that. Thank you, Mr. Mestek. Appreciate your consideration. Okay, moving along, I'd like to ask our city clerk if he'd introduce the next item on the agenda.
A public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's zoning bylaw to permit 18 stacked townhouse units within one 4-story building at 6633 Mcleod Road. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on March 17th, 2023, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passing of the zoning bylaw amendment, to participate in any site plan process if applicable, or preserve their opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal shall give notice to the city clerk immediately after today's public meeting or by signing the sign-in sheets located out in the lobby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. I'd now like to ask our planner, Scott Turnbull, to explain the purpose and reason for the proposed bylaw amendment.
Thank you and good evening, Mayor Diodati, members of council and members of the public. Before council tonight is a proposal to rezone 6633 Mcleod Road to permit the construction of 18 stacked townhouse units within one 4-story building. Here we have the location of the subject property. The lands front onto the north side of Mcleod Road and are located between Adams Avenue and Dell Avenue. The property is currently used for residential purposes with a single detached dwelling located on the parcel. The surrounding area consists primarily of residential uses, including single detached, stacked townhouse, and apartment dwellings. The applicant has requested approval for a zoning bylaw amendment for the 0.21 hectare parcel of land. The land is currently zoned residential low-density grouped multiple dwelling R4 zone. The application requests that the subject lands be rezoned to a site-specific R4 zone in order to facilitate the proposed development. Here you can see the site plan for the proposed application. The stacked townhouse building is located towards Mcleod Road with a total of 23 parking spaces located to the rear of the property. The development is proposing vehicle access from Mcleod Road, and this access is proposed to be shared with the adjacent property to the west. Shown here are the proposed elevations for the stacked townhouse building. This is the east elevation and south elevation, with the latter being the view from Mcleod Road. And shown here is the proposed elevation from the west and north. The site-specific zoning regulations requested for this proposal are depicted on this slide and are supported by staff. Public comment was received via phone and written letter regarding this application. There was concern with compatibility of lot size and the proposed development. Staff's response is that the proposed density brings the site into conformity with the policies of the official plan and the Mcleod intensification corridor. There was concern with stormwater management. Staff's response is a detailed stormwater management plan will be required at the time of site plan, and adjacent properties cannot be negatively impacted. There was a concern that boundary trees will be impacted. Staff's response is that a tree survey plan will be required as part of the site plan application, and boundary trees are to be preserved unless consent is given by the adjacent property owners. There was a concern with snow storage. Staff's response is that accommodation of snow storage will be reviewed as part of the site plan application. And finally, there was a concern regarding fire access. Staff's response is that fire services have no concerns with the application, and further technical review will be conducted at the time of site plan. In conclusion, staff recommend that council approve the zoning bylaw amendment application subject to the recommendations contained in staff report PBD 2023-22. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Turnbull. Do we have any questions of council? Mr. Turnbull, Councilor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Turnbull. There is a letter on the agenda from the owner next door, and he has a lot of concerns about the shared driveway. Could you walk us through what is being done and what plans you're putting in place for it, please?
Certainly. So through the mayor to the councillor, the applicant at this time has not submitted a consent application to establish easements for the shared driveway. It's not required that the consent application be submitted before or concurrently with the planning application before us. However, staff are satisfied that the recommended holding provision will ensure that the driveway is established through a consent application at a later date. The holding provision cannot be lifted until the consent is finalized, and development cannot incur until the holding provision is removed.
Okay, thank you. Through the mayor, I had two more questions. One comment, sorry. Love to see that this was rentals. That's a really good thing. I guess my next question is, can any of them be VRUs? Are they in commercial zoning that they could be VRUs?
Through the mayor to the councillor, no, it's a residential zone and VRUs are not permitted.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So if there's no further comments, thank you very much. Mr. Turnbull? Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral that it receives. Failure to notify the city clerk to preserve their opportunity to appeal will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per section 3419 of the Planning Act. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaw amendment. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone who wishes to address this?
We do have a couple that have reached out, both in attendance here. We could start with Mr. Frank DeLuca.
Okay, Mr. DeLuca, if you'd like to come forward.
Hi again. Thank you for this efficient use of my time here, that I got to be able to speak
It's all
twice
about.
in one day. I'm actually going to say the same thing. This is a perfect example of infilling. You've got one house lot that becomes 18. It's increased the density. Taxes are multiplied by 18. No additional infrastructure. It's on the bus route. It exits onto a main road. It adds to intensification. Stacked towns are an affordable alternative to single-family homes. If you ever decided to switch to from rentals to home ownership, these projects should, again, I know not this project, but projects coming forward, we should start thinking about relieving some of the development charges. This is an affordable housing project because it ticks all the boxes. And my hope is that the adjoining property does the same. There's 3 of those properties side by side, and the developer is local. It's using local trades, so it's a win-win. It's a win for the taxpayer. The only question I had is that I'm looking for a question in regards to the number of residential units that have been proposed and that have been approved. I heard a number, and I don't remember what that number was, and I was wondering if I could ask through you to the planning director if that number is out there.
Citywide, you're talking?
Yeah, Niagara Falls.
Okay, and units, like all units, all residential?
Residential.
Okay, is that condo as well, or just housing?
Yeah, I was just curious what the number was.
Well, I don't know, Ms. Dolce. What's that?
She was on the radio.
Oh, well, then she might have that.
I didn't hear it.
Oh, she did, yeah, she said it.
Yeah.
Ms. Doles?
Thank you, Worship, through you to the delegate. Yeah, so we have approved now through planning applications 8,757 units. So ready to go. So we're hoping people just build.
Okay, then the proposed? There's a number, you said there was a proposed number?
So again, these are all approved through the planning process.
Right.
They may not all be through site plan, but they're through zoning and other things. So we have 8,757. In terms of proposed applications, those would be ones that really haven't been yet submitted and through the full process.
Okay, so there's not a number.
There's not a huge
Okay,
number there.
fair enough.
Yeah.
All right, Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks for your comments, Mr. DeLuca. And Mr. Clerk, we have somebody else?
Yes, I have listed here Jay Corrigan. I don't know if there we go. Thank you.
There you go. Welcome to the meeting.
Thank you. I actually am an employee of the landlord of the 6601 Mcleod, which is beside this. I have very significant concerns about snowfall, water removal, water runoff, how it's going to affect our property. It currently affects our property, and with the parking being in the location that it is, that is directly going into my fire access and a tenant doorway. It's their access as well into the building and out of the building on that side. I have a real issue with the driveway and kind of how that is. I did have a quick chat with Greg earlier, who I believe is part of their planning for that. And I think a number of the concerns that I have can be alleviated in site development by some few small changes in turning around and doing that. I fully understand and believe that we need many, many more rentals. I manage 279 of them plus commercial. And so when the developer is done or presenting something like this, I see it from what I've already had to manage in all different designs from all over the region. And these are kind of things that I see as a very practical issue. Although they look great on paper, they can become very, very difficult. The narrowing of the driveway and the driveway the way that it is, if you have a fire truck, which is over 10 feet wide, in basically, on one side an 11-foot driveway, where is the ambulance going to go through? And if it's in that front, that means no one is leaving that back parking lot at all. So you've got some blockages and some different things. And again, with the neighboring property not being that done, I would still like to see, knowing that now that that is going to be developed, that maybe there's more of a U-shaped driveway, something that comes with that. But I am really concerned about the separation from our property to this property, both by sightline, both by environmental effect. When you look at the measures and you're looking at 275 feet roughly to get back to a parking area that a plow truck has to go through with not much room to put it either way and possibly go into your fire escapes from people on the building or into the neighboring property, depending upon what they do on that side, that becomes just a practical reality that needs to be kind of dealt with. There needs to be more snow allocation, even with removal. That's going to send people over into my parking lot as it did before when they had multiple people renting it. There's a significant water problem already on the back of the property, and that not only affects us, but it affects the neighbors behind. So that would be my concern. And if this does go forward, the building I don't have a problem with. Some of the locations and the parking allotments, I think the shortage of parking allowance is fine, but the location of them is more of a bigger problem. And when we're talking about noise complaints coming from the road, and we already know that it's exceeding this, if you do expand Mcleod, that means it's even closer to the building and even louder. And if we end up with a tunnel driveway, we're going to end up with much, much more noise being focused and amplified through neighboring properties. It's just not a happiness factor that we are going to have for people who are living there. We can build things that actually make things nice for people to live in with a couple small concessions, probably from everything that I'm hearing, to be done in the site plan. My buildings are 30 years old, so I have what I have, but when we're talking about new buildings, some of that we used to do can be improved on by some slight recommendations for that. In the case that it is approved as it exists right now by council, I would like a severe or significant separation for the entire length of the property into ours to make sure that we do not have problems with snow, rain, water, and that it specifically will not be impacting my fire lane and my tenant access. Thank you.
That's great. Any questions of council for Ms. Corrigan? Okay, so we'll get those addressed when the applicant comes forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is that it, Mr. Clerk, for speakers other than the applicant?
That is all that we had registered. You may want to just ask the gallery.
Is there anyone here to speak to this other than the applicant? Okay, seeing none, council will now hear from the applicant or his or her representative.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of council. My name is Greg Hind, And I'm a professional planner with Urban Environments, representing the family that owns this, and that's the Boncour family, which has lived, had businesses, and developed in Niagara Falls for 3 generations now. One of the unique aspects of the Boncour family is that they only do apartment rentals. They don't do apartment condos. They're successful at doing apartment rentals, not only from a management point of view, but from a development point of view. We wholeheartedly support what Scott Turnbull, who did an excellent job, by the way, recommendations in his report. We agree with the holding provision to make sure that we can address some of the concerns that have just been raised. But just to provide a little bit of context to this whole thing, the city of Niagara Falls, and I've been at this a lot of years, too many in fact, the city of Niagara Falls has created an environment for the development along Mcleod that indicates that it should be an intensification corridor. And a lot of people say that's the right, gives the right to developers to just increase density, and that's it. The intensification corridor along there and the designation you've created has created an environment and that is very, everybody sees the transition that's going on along Mcleod. It's a good transition. But it's created an environment whereby it's a good environment to do business, number one. The staff that is implementing that development and that intensification corridor is very creative. It forces us to be very creative on how we do business in the city of Niagara Falls, and specifically along Mcleod Road. This isn't our first iteration to staff. This is our 3rd iteration. Staff worked with us to determine things like mutual drives, side yard setbacks, tree planting, building height. And they worked with us to increase density because our first 2 options to you didn't meet the density threshold of an intensification corridor. This one does. The other thing it's done, and I've never experienced this anywhere else in my time doing planning, but it's gotten the development community together, the abutting owners that we are working with, to share ideas, to share creative land use solutions, to solve creative land use problems. And this is the result of it, what we bring forward with you today. And I mentioned the people that are developing east of us and across from us. One Urban is one of the developers, and King's Sold is the other. Very creative people, want to work with us, want to work with the city. And that's a big change for me, to sit down with the development community, share ideas, share creative solutions, and to participate in that mutual drive, which is key to developing both properties. With me this evening, I'd like to address the concerns that have been brought up in a letter to you and the presentation to you. Number one, the ponding on our site flowing to the neighboring site. This property has reached its functional obsolescence. There is no stormwater management on this site. When we do development, we have to provide you a functional servicing report. We've done that. There is going to be a whole new stormwater management plan put in place, has been designed, has been approved by your engineering department. It'll have both quality and quantity control. It will improve the stormwater flows on our site, but also improve the situation on the properties abutting us. The other concern on snow removal. if we're going to live in an environment of infill and intensification, the days where we can provide large areas for snow storage are gone. When we have snow falls, that snow is removed, and it's a removal situation and not a storage situation, and those type of things can be built into the site plan agreement. The third issue was the mutual drive. The mutual drive is a cooperative effort with the region, the city, the adjoining neighbors, and ourselves to reduce the number of access points on Mcleod Road, number one, for safety reasons, number two, to provide better access to both properties, and not to provide adequate access for the fire trucks to get in, emergency vehicles to get in, and snow removal trucks to get in. It is over 20 feet wide, plenty of room for those vehicles to operate. The second thing is, she mentioned tree removal. Your recommendation in your report says we better do a tree survey and we better do a landscaping plan before you even think about getting your zoning. Therefore, we're going to put a holding zone in front of you, and until you do these things, you don't have the appropriate zoning to move ahead for a building permit or even site plan agreement. So we have to do the tree survey, we have to do the landscaping plan, we have to do an application to your committee of adjustment to get the mutual drive approved and the easement registered against those lands before that holding provision is removed. We're prepared to do that, and we're working with the adjoining owners, their planners, to make sure we have an application at least at the end of, within the next 3 weeks anyway, an application before your committee of adjustment. So we can get this easement started, solidified, registered, to give our neighbors a level of comfort. Trees along the boundary. When we designed that residential building, we walked the site. We walked the site between our neighbors to the east, and we placed that building 17 feet away. We placed that building outside the drip line of any tree along that boundary line. We placed that building outside the construction zone for the preservation of all trees along that boundary. That will be ratified by a tree survey plan, and we'll start that process almost immediately. Mr. Mayor, with me this evening is the architect of that building and the site plan, the person who prepared that site plan, Matthew Schmidt, who's an architect in Niagara Falls, and he'd like to say a few words. Thank you.
Okay, sure. Thank you. Hello, Mr. Schmidt.
Thanks. Can I get the presentation? Thanks. Thanks, Mr. Mayor and members of council. I was just going to quickly talk about the design of the building itself in a little bit more detail. But most of the things I was going to talk about are have been kind of touched on already, so I'll keep it brief. Is there a way to full screen this? Beautiful, thank you. So just in the design of the townhouses themselves, with it being a narrower lot than usual, there was a little bit more care that had to go into the design to make it kind of fit comfortably on the site. Typically, townhouses are quite deep, like 40 or more feet, and a little bit narrow. But because of the narrower lot, we made more of a square plan for each of the townhouse units, which was in response to a challenge, but it actually created a design opportunity because it increases the amount of front and rear facades that each unit gets. So there's actually a lot more area for window openings on both the front and backs of the units. And that just allows the unit design to maximize light, air, and views out of the units. So it was nice that it arose from a constraint but became a design opportunity. But looking at the facade of the building, the design employs like a modern aesthetic of simple volumes with a simple rhythm of openings and a natural palette of materials. And I just wanted to try to communicate the level of care that the client and the design team kind of put into the design, and that it's not just a kind of typical townhouse development. The entrances have been grouped together to kind of give a more cohesive composition. And we've incorporated strong horizontal elements to unify the design as well. The facade at all of the entrances, where they're clustered together, has been set back to try to break up the facade so that it's just not a monolithic mass. And also the third floor has also been stepped back to help make that third floor kind of recede and let the bottom levels read a little bit more clearly. The short side of the building facing the street has been made to not appear as a secondary or side elevation as like some townhouse developments can have. And we did that by wrapping the architectural elements around and then also wrapping the landscape elements around as well. Access to the units is provided by shared terraces at the front of each unit, and that also adds to a kind of sense of community where users of the building will be kind of coming and going and passing each other. So just in conclusion, the design combines a contemporary aesthetic with practical considerations for both the benefit of the residents and the neighboring community, and we think it'll make a positive contribution to the urban design of the Mcleod corridor. So thanks very much for your time.
Very nice. It's a beautiful design.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. So does that conclude? Are there any questions, I'm sorry, of council for Mr. Schmidt or Mr. Hein? Any questions? Okay. Seeing none, the public meeting with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. Motion by Councillor Thomson, second by Councillor Patel. Question? Yes, Councillor Peter Angel.
Thanks, Your Worship. Just a quick question. I did hear their planner, Mr. Hyde, mention a couple of times site plan. Is this development subject to site plan agreement?
Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor. Because it's 18 unit, it is subject to site plan. If it does go below 10 or less, it wouldn't be. Right. But I do want to comment on site plan because I know where you're going to go with this. I do want to caution council. Under Section 41 of the Planning Act, there is no requirement for public involvement. I do appreciate council does want to have the public involved, but we do have to keep in mind we do have timeframes now to meet, or we have to refund money. So we only do have 60 days from start to finish of an application, starting July 1st, and then we'll have to start refunding money.
Yes. And what I was going to mention, Your Worship, is that typically in Niagara Falls, when something is subject to site plan and we do have comments at council, we invite the neighbors to be part of that process as well. And a lot of times it's not necessarily to argue with the applicant, but when you get everyone in the same room and the applicant is able to explain, well, this is why I designed my building like this, then the neighboring property can accept it better. It's like, oh, now I understand why you did this. So, I mean, if the timelines permit, I would still like to see the neighboring properties or the ones that commented tonight be part of the site plan approval. So, hope I can add that to the motion.
Okay, are you good with that, Councillor Thomson, as a friendly amendment, allowing the neighbor to be part of the site plan process? Yep, okay, and the seconder, Councillor Patel, okay? Okay, great. Okay, so everybody has heard the motion. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you for that. All right, thanks very much, gentlemen. So I'll give you that one back. so excited. All right, Mr. Clerk, would you please introduce the next item on the agenda?
The public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's official plan and zoning bylaw to permit a 77-story building with 962 residential units and 516 square meters of commercial floor area at 5602 and 5592 Robinson Street and part of 6158 Allendale Avenue. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on March 20th, 2023, and by posting a sign on the properties in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passing of the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment, to participate in any site plan process, if applicable, or preserve their opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal shall give notice to the city clerk immediately after today's public meeting or by signing the sign-in sheets located outside council chamber.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. I now call on our planner, Julie Hanna, to explain the purpose and the reason for the proposed amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council, and members of the public who are watching this evening. I'm here to present the application that was received for an official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application for 5602, 5582, and 5592 Robinson Street and part of 6158 Allendale. So the subject land is approximately 0.3 hectares. The applicant has requested an official plan amendment to permit a 77-story apartment or mixed-use building with 962 residential dwelling units, a maximum gross floor area of 72,300 square meters, excluding the parking structure, and a maximum floor space index of 15.6. And they have also requested a zoning bylaw amendment for a site-specific tourist commercial zone. It's not working. The keyboard's not working. It's not working. Oh, now it's working. It's stuck. So the location, the proposed development is outlined in a rectangle at the corner of Robinson and Allendale. There are detached dwellings to the west, and the hydro corridor also is along the side of Allendale. Commercial uses are along Stanley, and a parking lot is to the south. In terms of the site plan, before you can see the 77-story tower that's outlined in a peach color. The 6-story podium is in the darker peach, or 6-story podium in the darker peach, and the road widening along Robinson Street. In reviewing the wind study that was received, I did want to point out, and it's discussed in the report, that there's 5 areas where wind safety criteria was exceeded, and those are the red circles that are on the illustration. And the submitted shadow studies also shows that there's shadowing on residential properties for a few blocks, and I've outlined in red the areas of residential that would be under shadow at 10 o'clock in the morning. In terms of the elevations, the views from Stanley, Robinson, and Allendale are before you on the screen. And in terms of the proposed zoning, the details are found throughout the report. Several of the requested permissions staff can support, as well as several that we cannot support, namely being the proposed building height and the proposed parking rate. In terms of staff's recommendation, we recommend that council not approve the official plan amendment. We recommend that council approve the zoning bylaw amendment, subject to limiting the building height to 30 stories, the podium height to 15 meters, and subject to the recommended parking rate and other regulations outlined in the report, including the holding provisions, which are quite lengthy, so they're not on the slide before you, and that council remove the property known as 5602 Robinson Street from the listed heritage properties contained in the municipal register. That concludes my presentation.
Okay, any questions of council for Ms. Hannah? Okay, seeing none? Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting could result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral it receives. Failure to notify the city clerk to preserve their opportunity to appeal will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per section 3419 of the Planning Act. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed amendment. Go to Mr. Clerk. Do we have anyone who wishes to address council?
Just one that has notified us, and I see he's in the gallery there, Mr. Racy.
Mr. Racy, if you'd like to come forward, you've got 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Council. Thank you for the opportunity. As you know, I'm an advocate of housing affordability. I've risen to this council to support development projects against the NIMBYs. I must say, I used to live in Toronto in one of these very same high-rises, so I'm biased in favor of this high-rise building. I love them. I have studied the plan. I have studied the parking study. I have the shadow study. I've reviewed that one. And with a great record, I have to say I'm not in support of this project. I am in line with the support of the planners. I love this project, but I believe this project needs to remain at 30-story according to our zoning bylaw. And this project needs to abide by the parking requirement. That is more than one parking that at least the staff is suggesting. My recommendation is 1.25. And here's a few points that I have after studying the parking study that has been submitted. First, this parking study is cherry-picking fest of whatever they like to come up with the conclusion that they want. And I don't have enough time. My time is limited, so I'm going few important points. Number one, they say new folks, young folks like me, they don't want to buy parking. False. These parkings are too expensive that young people, they cannot afford them. My question, and not this developer in general, because that's all the developer excuses. Have you tried to charge less for a piece of concrete on the floor? Have you tried rent to own? Or you just don't want to build the parking? So that's point number one. Point number two, they are proud of making my generation not to be able to own a car. They say car share, even they acknowledge that it's not feasible. They talk about rent. Well, I rent a car, and guess what? When we in family we needed, we rented the car and realized it was so expensive, we end up driving that car to Toronto to rent another car 1/3 of that price and bring it back here. Rent is not feasible in Niagara Falls. But let's move on. They have all kinds of excuses not to build enough parking, such as global warming. My generation should not have a car because of global warming. But guess what? I've looked that through the plan, and I'd be happy to be corrected, but I did not see any mention of electric vehicle charging station for this development. And my question is, if no parking for us, would this project will be LEED certified? Would this project will be carbon neutral in development, or just want to invoke global warming not to build the parking as they should have to? Point 5, they're invoking seniors and low income. They say, well, seniors and low income, they don't need parking. Well, okay, good question. How many of these giant projects, which I support projects like this, will be affordable, registered affordable unit, which means that 20% below market share, what this developer is doing to help young folks, other than, oh, we're not going to build a parking. Point 6, and very important to me, and which I'm passionate about, is the issue of Amazon and Uber. Basically, they're saying young folks, they're buying things online, everybody buys online, you don't need to have your own car, you're staying at your home. Well, the problem, Council, is that, I'm going to use the example of Uber. Uber and Uber Eats, a foreign company. Uber is not a profitable company. Your cheap Uber ride, as of now, has been subsidized by the investors. Uber loses money every single year up to this point. Why? They call it market share, which is a fancy way of, we are here to invest in this company, to bankrupt as many small mom-and-pop businesses that people cannot go shop from them, as many as local farmers, so people, they cannot go to our farms and buy directly from farmers. And when the people become dependent on Uber and Amazon, then they will remove this subsidy that currently are receiving. I support the right of individual to have the right to purchase from Amazon and Uber and these mega corporations. But what I ask Council as a government body, not put policies on a system that future generation that will not be able to have housing, to be able to have a 2007 banged up Honda Civic, which they can drive it to go to local farms, to be a food independent and not depending on foreign companies to deliver food to them having a monopoly. But then my point in regards to why we need to have more than one parking spot per dwelling is 3 simple questions. As someone who lived in these buildings, I love them, I was involved in part of the governance. Question number 1, weekends, holidays, long weekends, where are the guests supposed to park their car? Where are the grandma supposed to park her car when he comes to come visit the little Johnny? Question number 2, buildings of this size, every day we will have a dozen contractors on site. Elevator goes bad, HVAC, plumbers, pressure drops. You have monthly fire inspection tests. You have semi-annual fire inspection. On and on. As the building ages, every day you have contractor on site. Where are these contractors supposed to park their car if you're not building enough parking per dwelling? Point 3, they are bragging they're going to revitalize the neighborhood for a small amount of real estate. Well, where are those real estates supposed to park their car? I drive on that neighborhood. There is no parking on the street. Point number 8, they've created this parking credit study. They're using this scheme to say that, you know what, that's okay. They're based on our bylaw, they had to create 1,400 parking for 962 units. But they only want to create 713 spots, less than units. How they're going to compensate that? By creating bike spots. And they say every 5 bike, if I recall, counts as 1 parking spot. I'm an avid cyclist. I cycle every 4 seasons. I love cycling. I've earned the right to call out this nonsense. Bicycles will not, in this climate, substitute a 2007 banged up Honda Civic. And again, let's not make a mistake that if we ride a bicycle, it doesn't mean that we don't have a car. But anyways, I'm going to roll by with their system. My favorite part of their scheme is that they say that these parkings, and I will be happy if they correct me if I'm wrong, they say that these parkings, they are going to nickel and dime the resident to charge for the parking. Because of that, apparently, even though it's not enough parking adds extra 96 spots. So do you get that? We're not going to make enough parking, but we're going to charge people not to own it, and then somehow magically counts as more. But if my math is right, that will translate to 890 parking spots, which is even less. So their own little parking credit scheme is not going to create 1 parking per unit. But if I could please have the plan out, I want to bring...
Mr. Risi, I need you to conclude. You've gone over your
Sure.
5 minutes.
So my final point is that when you look at the plan, I know that David has spoken about that the neighborhood is not going to be able to handle that. The drive is so small that if from 4 to 6, when they're very rush hour, that people wanted to come and deliver the food, all these Ubers, where there's Uber deliveries, they have to park their car. We'll live through this. We know this. And I know that I support the plan of the planning. They said that there needs to be, they cannot support that limited parking. But as someone who lived through it, I can assure you that this does not be sufficient. And so I support developments, and I support the planning, and I hope that council accept this proposal with the 30th story, as well as more than 1 parking spot, perhaps 1.25 parking spot per lot. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Clerk, do we have anybody else?
There's no other residents that have registered to
Okay,
attend.
thank you for that. Okay, now council will now hear from the applicant or his or her representative.
Good evening again, Your Worship, members of council. So I appear on behalf of the applicant, Fudsy International Group, Inc. With me this evening online is David Falletta of Bousfields. He's the land use planner on the project. Also, Steve Morrow of Chamberlain Architects. David and Steve have prepared a presentation, which we will get to in a few minutes. Also available online to answer any questions are representative of Paradigm, and I'm sure he can address the comments you just heard from the resident. They are the traffic and parking consultants that have prepared an expert, I repeat, expert report supporting a parking ratio of 0.74 spaces per unit. We also have a representative from RWDI to deal with any wind impact questions. So let me first deal with the elephant in the room. Why 77 stories? Why not something lower in height? There's a two-part answer to that question. First, based on my client's research, at 77 stories, this will be the tallest residential condo building in Canada. Not commercial building, not mixed-use hotel condo, but purely residential condo building. Second, my client has a foreign investor who wants to build an iconic residential building in an iconic city. The investor agrees that Niagara Falls is an iconic location. That box has been checked off. The investor deems an iconic building to be the highest residential building in Canada. And if you approve the 77 stories, then that box will also be checked off. You're going to hear from Mr. Filletta of Bousfields, whose planning opinion differs, with all due respect, from city staff, in that the property is within the Central Tourist District, which is where the highest buildings are supposed to be located. Please keep in mind that council did previously approve a 72-story in height building at Stanley Avenue and Dunn Street on the west side of Stanley Avenue. This property is likewise on the west side of Stanley Avenue. With all due respect, there's truly no difference between the two in terms of location within the Central Tourist District. Finally, although Paradigm has submitted a report supporting a parking ratio of 0.74 parking spaces per unit, our client is prepared to provide 1 space per unit as required by staff. There are 926 units proposed. There are 713 parking spaces on site. There's reference to bicycle spaces for each unit. There's reference to car sharing spaces. There's reference to 10 transit passes for each unit owner. And a lot of that comes out of a prior application I was involved with. Notwithstanding all of that, which compensates for the reduction in parking, our client has secured the right to lease lands from Hydro One, which would result in more than enough parking to achieve 1 space per unit ratio. Plus, as you've heard, our client agrees to provide the 10 transit passes, the 1 bicycle space per unit, and the 5 car share parking requested by staff. I'm now going to pass it on to, I believe Mr. Filletta is going to speak first. So he should be online, and he has a PowerPoint presentation. Once all the presenters are done, I'm going to come back and basically suggest what revised recommendation you should be approving this evening.
Okay, thank you for that. So Mr., where do we go here? Mr. Filletta? Oh, there you are. No, that's not you. There's Mr. Filletta. Is he online?
I am online as a panelist. I don't know if you can see me or hear me. But
Yeah, no, we see you, but it says Evan Sugden.
Well, I'm actually David Filletta.
Okay.
Hopefully I can clarify. Did you want me to share my screen? I had sent in a presentation earlier.
Sure.
I could just share my screen, might be the easiest. So. I hope everyone can see that.
Yes, we can. We can see it.
Great, thank you. So my name is David Filletta, and I am a registered professional planner with Bousfields. Thank you, Your Worship, members of council, public, and staff. I'd like to start by really thanking Julie and Kira for all their work on this file. I think the staff report is very fulsome. They've really identified the key issues. I will be very brief in my presentation because I'd really like to focus on the issues that staff had identified in their presentation. And I think everybody probably wants to go watch the playoff hockey games that are happening at the moment. So I will be as quick as possible. Thank you. So we established a vision. I think you heard Mr. Vaca identify that the policy framework that applies to the site really does identify the desire of the city to establish an iconic skyline. And I think what the architect prepared here does achieve that goal. And Stephen will be walking through the architectural design a little bit later to really highlight those points. So in terms of objectives, we know that the city's tourist district really is transforming. And I think one of the big elements of that transformation is to get a permanent residential population in the core. It'll add to the vitality and the mixed-use nature of that core. And what this project does is it adds to that transition of it, which is urban housing in an area that has lots of amenities and public service facilities for new residents. It will intensify an underutilized parcel, and of course there are significant economic benefits to the city and region. So these are just some of the public benefits. Next slide here talks about the mix of unit types within the building, the ground-related commercial uses, which really, again, is a policy objective for the city to animate streetscapes, especially Robinson and Allendale, which I think we could all agree could use a little bit of tender love and care. Again, this is an area that is in transition for sure. We just wanted to kind of highlight the location for you on the south side of Robinson. Just in terms of some of the amenities in the area, we know that there are lots as soon as you're within the Falls View district, and there are numerous commercial amenities, entertainment amenities, as well as employment opportunities. Stanley Avenue is an important street for the city and the region, and it really does create a wide boulevard that really accommodates transit and provides for lots of accessibility. And this site is on a block that fronts on the Stanley. I'll just touch on the policy overview. I think Julie did a really good job, especially in the report, of highlighting the site's designated tourist commercial. And we just talked about what that vision is, world-class tourism destination. You've all heard it. But more importantly, it's a transition and urbanization that will happen over time. The next slide is, we talked about the urban structure, and I think the report highlights some key elements about the height structure, which we'll get to in a minute. But it is an area, an intensification area. It's a strategic growth area. And this is an area where growth, population growth is directed. Employment growth is directed. And the city, as we all know, has intensification targets. We are within a region and a greater Golden Horseshoe that is experiencing astronomical growth, significant growth, and there is a significant need for housing. And so intensifying within strategic growth areas is not only good planning, but it really helps to accommodate the growth that this area is currently experiencing. I don't think we need to get into the phasing plan. It just identifies that, a large part of the city is in this first phase of development, which has existing servicing. And I don't think servicing capacity is an issue. It has not been identified. Just wanted to highlight something on this slide that Mr. Vaca highlighted earlier, that this site is within the Central Falls View, the Central Tourist District, and within the Falls View Central Tourist Subdistrict. And it's basically its function is the primary location for large-scale accommodations, entertainment, and retail attractions. It's also the area where the tallest developments are directed. Primary location for multifamily residential, and again, the highest buildings in the city. And this is where we establish that recognizable skyline to support the extent of municipal infrastructure. One of the things that's really highlighted in the staff report is specifically about the high-rise structure and the transition of that structure along the edges. So I think it's important to recognize that the structure does identify medium-rise and low-rise areas within it, We are not. We are within the subject site is within a high-rise area where the tallest buildings are directed. And I think there are some site-specific elements that we need to recognize with this site. Again, it's on a block that fronts onto Stanley Avenue. And when we look at the height structure of other buildings that have been approved in the area, they're generally aligning along Stanley Avenue, along the blocks that front onto Stanley Avenue. And this site is consistent with that. Mr. Vaca identified the 72-story tower at 609 Stanley Avenue, just to the south of this site. The other site-specific element that's important for this site is it's directly adjacent to a hydro corridor, and a very wide hydro corridor. So there's two streets, there's a street and a hydro corridor that provide that buffer, that transition to the low-rise residential neighborhood to the west. And in this case, there are some specific intervening land uses like a cemetery and a church that also provide for a bit of buffer directly adjacent to this site. So again, very site-specific elements that are important to this site that provide that buffer, and in our opinion, provide that transition to the low-rise residential neighborhoods to the west. Just wanted to highlight that we're in the TC zone, like most areas are. The lands to the west are zoned for open space, given that they are a hydro corridor. So just touching on some of the required approvals, we know an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment are required. But I do want to highlight at this point a couple of the elements that we heard from the staff report. The main issues, if I can synthesize them quickly, I think there are four, and they generally relate to wind, transition, shadow, and parking. With respect to wind, staff absolutely highlighted the key issues with respect to wind impacts at 4 or 5 locations directly adjacent to the streets. With our resubmission in February, we did submit a letter from our WDI, which identifies that there are wind concerns, but in their opinion, those wind concerns can be addressed through design changes such as canopies and shifting of some of the tower elements as part of the site plan application process. And we've put that forward to staff as though it could potentially be a holding provision that would prevent any movement of this approval until that's been satisfied. The second element is with respect to transition. As I mentioned earlier, the policies in the official plan generally guide how transition is to occur, and there are only general policies as it relates to transition. And as I mentioned earlier, there's significant space, and we have measured it to be 68 meters from the tip of the closest residential, low-rise residential building or lot to the west to the subject property. That is a significant space, but in our opinion, that provides one aspect of it. In terms of transition, we generally measure it against built form impacts. When we look at the built form impacts, we look at unacceptable built form impacts like wind, shadow, overlook, and sky view. In our opinion, there are no impacts related to sky view or overlook. They've not been identified in the staff report. The shadow impacts, which leads us to the next one, again, they're guided by OP policy in terms of what is an appropriate shadow on low-rise residential neighborhoods. And when we've reviewed those policies, we've captured them in our in our planning rationale. We identify that the policies basically talk about overshadowing effects of tall buildings onto residential neighborhoods, extensive shadowing onto residential neighborhoods, streets, and open spaces, excessive shadowing, and then again, extensive shadowing in residential areas. These are in the official plan and policies 4124, 445. I don't have to mention them all. Staff know them very, very well. Again, they aren't very specific in terms of what those elements are. And based on our review and our analysis, the shadows that are generated from this proposal are very fast-moving shadows, given that the tower is slender, and those shadow impacts occur very quickly in the mornings only on between March and September. And those are the times of the year that are most important for shadow, because those are the times of the year when most people are outside. And when we look at those shadows, we know that, you know, prior to 11 a.m., so between sunrise to 11 a.m., there are some shadow impacts, but again, they are moving. So they don't stay within a property's rear yard for more than an hour or two, depending on how much of your yard is getting shadowed. Based on our opinion, when we've reviewed the policy framework, that to us does not identify an overshadowing or an extensive shadow. Our experience has been that generally, as a rule of thumb and in urban design terms, a minimum of 5 hours of sun access throughout the day between March and September is appropriate. And my submission to you today is that the shadows generated from this proposal will not create an impact that would create a shadow impact beyond that 5 hours. That would limit any of these surrounding residential properties to 5 hours. In fact, it's our opinion that you would get at least 8 hours of sunlight throughout the day in March, between March 21st and September 21st. So again, it's our submission to you that the shadow impacts generated from this proposal are appropriate and conform to the official policy criteria. With respect to parking, we do understand staff's position. There's been a lot of information, I think, thrown at council today. I think you heard Mr. Vaca say that the applicant is prepared to increase the parking as it relates to this site and increase the parking ratio to what staff is recommending. So I'm sorry to be so long-winded. I thought I said I would be quick. I guess I wasn't as quick as I thought I would be. At this point, I'm going to pass it over to Steve Morrow to take over walking us through the design of the project.
Is Mr. Morrow there? Okay.
Hi there.
Okay, Mr. Morrow, we welcome to the meeting.
Okay, so yeah, I'm Steve Morrow. I'm one of the principals of Chamberlain Architects that worked on this design. So I'll just give you try to keep it brief as well. I guess from an architectural, the architectural team's perspective, the objectives of this project was to develop a tower that would be timeless and become an iconic element within the Niagara skyline. So I think this was achieved by combining some traditionally modern skyscraper elements that emphasize verticality along the sides of the building, and some organic characteristics along the long facade. So this creates kind of a unique interplay between the two languages. You can start to see that through these renderings. Next slide. So, you know, one of the ways we did this is at the midpoint of the tower, we integrated this sort of shift which twists the whole tower. So it's kind of a subtle yet, I guess, dynamic twist in the form. And within those 4 floors, you would have the actual amenity space of the building. Next slide. So what this twist kind of results in is a almost picture frame or border of the whole tower. Just something subtle enough to create a sense of interest along the tower. And then within this picture frame, I guess you could say, there's this organic interplay of the balconies, which each unit would actually have access to a balcony. And the intent, I think, on the design side was that this being located just at the, I would say at the edge of the tourist district, this kind of creates a backdrop for the whole tourist district. At the top of the tower, this would terminate with a lit rooftop feature, kind of capping off and concluding the form. Next. So finally, for the podium, along the ground floor, you would have commercial and some residential townhouse type units. And above that, we took the opportunity with the parking structure to create something that doesn't look so much like a parking structure, but actually coincides with the rest of the development. So something also organic in form and something that creates a lot more interest than your stereotypical parking structure. Next. So here's just some key statistics, which I think David already kind of summarized. 77 stories, 224 meters in height, 72,000 square meters of GFA, 962 units, 1,118 square meters of amenity, and 713 parking spaces. Next. So regarding site circulation, the site is accessed by a main entrance off Robinson Street, which leads to the underground parking. And then off Allendale, you would also be able to reach the above ground parking structure. Again, commercial space would be located along Robinson and some townhome units along Allendale. Next. So I guess to summarize, here's some 2D elevations, which gives you a kind of a diagrammatic view of the sense of scale of the actual development. I think like I said, the design team, the intent was to create a landmark development that would almost be a catalyst for future development and intensification in the Niagara, the tourist area. So that's basically a summary of the architectural presentation. Back to David, or back to Mr. Vaca.
Okay, who's going to be taking
Yeah,
it?
maybe I'll just finish off and then I'll pass it over to Rocky. I got 2 more slides here.
Okay. Yeah.
We just wanted to highlight that, you know, the submission was robust. There was a number of supporting studies that were provided with the applications. Our planning and urban design report, shadow study, wind study, noise, vibration impact study, landscape design, a geotechnical investigation, environmental site assessment, surveys, cultural heritage impact assessment, and then civil engineering studies, reports, and plans, as well as the traffic consultants supporting information. Just to highlight sort of the effort that was put in, and it was, again, a robust submission. Just to highlight where we are, we know we're at the recommendation report to council, and I just, again, wanted to really thank and Julie and the rest of the team. Your staff is incredible, and they're very helpful, and I think the staff report really does identify the key issues, and although we have differing opinions, we appreciate the fact that even insofar as there are some differing opinions, they do provide alternatives for consideration, and I think that's appropriate for council. So thank you again for the opportunity to speak, and I'll pass it over to Rocky to close out.
And just before you guys leave, in case there's any questions of council for Mr. Folletta or Mr. Morrow, are there any questions of council for either? Yes, Councilor Lococo.
I have questions about everything, so maybe I'll wait for Mr. Vaca to come up and
Okay.
then I'll do them all at once.
Okay, sounds good. So, Mr. Vaca, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Worship. Perhaps it's best to deal with questions right now, because I was going to end off with, if you're prepared to consider approval at 77 stories, I was going to go through the alternative recommendations starting at page 17 and request some changes to that. So we can leave that to the end if you wish. I'm also going to need Mr. Folletta and Mr. Morrow's opinion on a couple of these changes. We haven't had time to fully consider this, so we might have to do this on the fly on a couple of changes.
Okay?
Okay.
Yeah, not a problem. So, but you may want to stay there
Sure.
while Councilor Lococo fires away.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is in a commercial area. Are these intended for residential use through the mayor to Mr. Vaca, or could they possibly be vacation rental units?
They're intended for residential use. It's designated tourist commercial, which I believe allows VRUs, but I can't see how these units would qualify for a license based on the parking that's there and other considerations in your licensing bylaw. So technically, yes, could be. Under your licensing bylaw, I think impossible.
Okay, that's great. I always want to bring up about the vacation rental units. I'm going to be a broken record on this. We have to keep track of our housing supply, and if they are going to vacation rental units, we have to be aware of that. I'd like to ask through the mayor to Ms. Dolch if she could explain the difference to us from this development to the one on Dunn Street and Stanley Avenue, why we would approve the 72-story there and then not approve 77 stories here. What is the difference?
You mean recommend, not approve?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I do have some notes here on that, so bear with me. In terms of the 72-story tower in that location, they made some modifications, obviously, to the podium along the south side and reducing the height a bit. They did provide windscreens at the podium, canopy trees at the sidewalks to reduce wind speeds. They made a number of changes that we felt comfortable with in that regard. It was a little further afoot. Right now we're right at the edge of that transition area. And if you refer to the height strategies in our official plan, you'll see in the Drummondville note in that quadrant, again, Drummondville's right adjacent, 10 to 30 stories is permitted along Allendale, and that's where kind of the height transition starts to occur, between 10 and 30 stories. So that's where the transition we're looking for in that area occurs. Obviously, we would have, as Mr. Folletta pointed out, there is ability to increase that height, but in this case, they didn't advise us. They didn't provide a submission worthy of that consideration. There was wind impacts, shadow impacts, and other negative impacts. And again, the test in the official plan is that compatibility with the adjacent land uses is required, and we don't see that here.
Thank you very much. And I guess my last comment is always about parking. I know we want to get away from parking and we're supposed to be cycling and taking transit, but there's always issues. As the one gentleman brought up about technical vehicles coming in for repairs and maintenance and guests. Every time we cut down parking, we end up finding problems later. So I'm really glad to see that you moved closer to the recommendation from staff. Those are all my questions, and I'll listen to the rest of council. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for yes, Councillor Strange.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And first of all, it's a beautiful building. It reminds me when you drive to Oakville, you got those two, what do they call
Marilyn
them?
Monroe.
Marilyn Monroe buildings, and all residential. And as you know, our province knows and our country knows, we need as much housing as we can get, and they're all residential. 962 will really, really chalk into what we need for our housing. The parking spots, I'm a little bit leery because of what you're offering, but you do say that you have a hydro land that you could add 300 spots to.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yeah, with the hydro lands, we will.
Well, you'll have over one.
We'll be over one, correct.
Okay, perfect.
Yes.
And I know that, this seems like it's a 5-star kind of residential building.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm always looking, obviously at affordability. Is there any means that you guys can make part of this some kind of attainable housing so people, the average person, can afford something like this? And I don't know if you've talked to your client about it.
I can. If this is going to be a negotiation exercise, maybe you can, give me all the asks and I'll have one conversation.
Because it worked last time, so I'm like, while you're doing that, because we know the big theme today was about trees, and I'm sure you had to take a few out, but if you could add 50 trees to our inventory at the city, we would really appreciate it. And as far as environmentally green, I guess, is it being built that way? HVAC, electrical, plumbing, green building materials, stormwater management, that sort of thing. Like we know that we're all trying to get better environmentally, and that goes to building as well. So I don't know if your client could answer some of those questions as well as you're conferring with them.
So just so we're clear, so you're looking for attainable units, trees, and green, what was the green part?
Green initiative, building,
on the building,
HVAC, everything.
Okay.
Is that too much to ask for?
Well, I don't know. I'm not sure. We'll find out.
Well,
is there anything else?
So hey.
Is there anything else?
No, I think that's it.
Okay.
And then there's commercial at the bottom, so that's it's all in mixed use that the residents can go down and enjoy whatever it may be. I don't know exactly what's down there, but I'm sure places to eat and coffee and all that sort of stuff. And so,
Okay. You said 50 trees?
50 trees?
Okay. Let me
Maybe
ask.
I should have started at 100.
Let me ask my
Okay.
client.
All right.
Mr. Mayor, if I could have 1 minute?
You do your thing, Mr. Clerk. Do we have the music? We're not ready yet? No? Okay, all right.
You have to sing.
Oh, yeah.
Play okay. That'll wake everyone
That'll
up.
clear the room, yeah.
Your Worship, in the meantime, can we move, I know we have one item on the floor, but there is no motion. Can we move 8.4 up and just simply approve the motion so we can get some people out of the audience?
8.4.
8.4, yeah.
We'll get,
It's PPD 2023-21. Industrial.
maybe, okay.
He's back already, okay.
Okay, we were gonna do some more business to give you time.
Oh, sorry, if you want to finish your business.
No.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So the first ask was for attainable units. So keep in mind, this is going to be a 5-star building. So it's tough to have units that are below market. Notwithstanding that, we picked a number, and I believe there's a reason behind that number. So we're prepared to have 20 attainable units. There has to be some sort of scale to this, so I'm suggesting for those making an income of around $80,000 per year would be deemed attainable for this purpose. And the reason why I suggested 20 is I know Habitat for Humanity, they're a great outfit, but I read somewhere that in the past 30 years they've, and if anybody else knows the stat, please jump in, but in the past 30 years they've created, I think, 25 units in the city of Niagara Falls as affordable units. So it's not something easy to do.
Yes.
And in one shot here, we're going to create what Habitat for Humanity, which is a great outfit, has taken them quite longer to do. So 20 attainable units, income of around $80,000 per year. Okay. On the issue of trees, we're fine with 50 trees. Keep in mind, there's going to be substantial community benefits paid under your community benefits bylaw, which normally would go to those streetscape improvements. Notwithstanding that, we're prepared to kick in an extra 50 trees. Okay.
Perfect.
And the green initiatives, I know the speaker had mentioned a few things. So we're thinking high efficiency HVAC systems, electrical plumbing systems, some green building materials and finishes in the building, and a green stormwater management system that the engineers are going to have to deal with. So on green initiatives, that's what we're proposing. So in summary, 20 attainable units geared to incomes of $80,000 per year. The 3 green initiatives being the high efficiency systems, green building materials and finishes, stormwater management plan, and then 50 trees.
Okay. All right, that's perfect. It's always really good to negotiate, right? I was going to ask for a hospital donation, but I'll wait till it's built then. Okay, when the public meeting's over.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'll come back to you. Other questions of council for Mr. Baca? Yes, Councillor Patel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Since this is going to be a residential building, have you looked at the schools in a neighborhood with schools if they have children? Like, is there schools that will fit in all these kids, will support all these children if they have children in their family?
Yeah, we haven't looked that far out. I know there's, I know Father Hennepin's in that area. Exeter. There's a few public and Catholic schools that I think are walking distance. So yeah, we haven't thought about that. I know the school board is actively building schools, and there was an announcement by the minister yesterday that they're going to be putting more money towards building schools. I know the Catholic board and public board are building new schools at Mcleod and Kaler. I was involved in the land transactions there. So there is an initiative to build, and I hope there's a need to build as a result of bringing all these people into the neighborhood. That would be a great result for everyone. Okay.
And the building design, I know you addressed the wind studies, but for my benefit, when you look in the Toronto skyline, most of the buildings are supported by other buildings, so they all share the wind load. And this building is slender and it goes pretty high. So that would be the one concern I would have, that how would this wind impact study be different than what they do in Toronto?
Yeah, I think the final design of the building is going to be determined through the site plan process. I mean, this is a concept plan, right. And I invite Stephen or David to jump in at any time. But I mean, what you see is not necessarily what the final project's going to be. And part of the recommendation is a holding provision be placed on the zoning until a number of things are dealt with, which includes updated pedestrian wind assessment, shadow studies. So once those studies are updated, it may result in changes to the building design.
And last question I have is, when you look at the building from the front, the balcony, they form some kind of shape. What is that, like, just in concept?
I have no idea what that shape is. Does David or Stephen have any idea what that shape is?
I mean, it's really, in reality, each balcony would belong to an individual unit. It's just having to explain it. It's kind of various curves running up the building that creates that kind of look. But yes, each unit would still have an access to a balcony.
Yeah, maybe I'll just add, I think Rocky's correct. And I think the speaker is also important to identify that wind is an issue, and staff have identified it as an issue. And with the holding provision, we'll ensure that that any wind impacts are mitigated appropriately, and it would be to the satisfaction of city staff. So city staff would have to be comfortable with it, and it would likely result in changes to the building design, but we would maintain the intent of Stephen's design, and that includes that texture that kind of goes along the face of the building to add some interest. So I hope that answers your question.
And one more question: how long does it take to build the project like this? How long does it take?
Who wants to answer that question? How long might this take to develop?
Like for example, from
maybe I'll start and then I'll pass it over through you, Your Worship. Typically, this is just the beginning of the detailed design stage. So once the zoning and official plan are approved, you would go through detailed design, which takes a number of months and a long process to get through all the elements. So structural engineers get involved, and all sorts of different engineers get involved, mechanical, to confirm the design of the building. That typically takes anywhere between 6 months and a year. And then construction would start after the site plan approval process, as well as clearing any holding provision criteria. And the construction process typically takes, in a building of this size, I'm assuming it's going to be at least 3 years.
Thank you.
I'm sure the ownership probably has a better handle on it, but that would be I would assume to be a minimum.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, as a follow-up to those comments, you've heard that through the holding provision, there's going to be updated studies, et cetera, and hopefully that gets us to the point where your planning staff is content with what's been done, the way they were content with the 72-story tower at Stanley and done with mitigation measures.
Okay. Thank you for that. Next up, I've got Councillor Baldinelli.
Thank you, through you. I was going to ask the same question about the project timeline. Is this the same developer that's at the Couplos?
Yes, different corporation, but same principle. Yeah.
Like, do you know any timelines? Like, is it going to be held up like this one? Because I've driven by there. The gates have been open. It's very unsafe. Kind of looks like the project. And I get a lot of people calling me.
Yeah.
Is this development, if approved, going to continue on just like that one?
I can tell you the project architect, Michael Allen, is here on the Coupelos the former Coupelos building. Yeah. Construction is still proceeding. They're at a stage right now which is called dewatering. Yeah. So they have pumps running 24/7. They have to get the groundwater table to a certain level before they do foundation. Right. So that's where they're at now. I'm told by end of May, cranes will be on site and foundation work will begin.
So do they have anybody watching that site? Just
My understanding is the general contractor, Buckcon, has 2 or 3 people on site. Yes. Yeah.
I just letting you know that
Okay.
it was open and there was nobody there. It was,
You better talk to him.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Patel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just one more question. Typical high stories have this pile foundation. That's what they said, they drilled a pile in the ground.
I believe so.
Is this the same design or there's something different?
Pile design? Yeah, maybe we're going to have to ask Stephen that question, I think.
Mr. Morrow, can you answer
Yeah,
that question?
this would be deep, deep foundations, deep piles, for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, these technical questions. Any other questions? Yes, Councillor.
Yeah,
Singh.
just a quick, you think about the height and everyone thinks like, oh my God, you're gonna have this big, huge, tall building, but it's not affecting our skyline at all, so it's not obstructing any views of the falls from people that are staying here, and I just want to reiterate that, it's way behind that, so it's not obstructing any views from any of the hotels at all.
Exactly. So, yes, oh, sorry, Councillor Newstag. No, I was gonna ask, you go ahead, Councillor Newstag.
Thank you. I'm very pleased. When I first read the report, I was very concerned about the parking, so very pleased that you're able to address it and meet the staff recommendation of 1 spot per unit. However, there is, as that gentleman spoke earlier, about when people do come to town, that whole area with our tourism, we could probably use more parking, so more to the city. Is there any plans or is there a thought that we could build a parking garage in that area, which would, I know our CEO is probably not happy about that, but build a parking garage so that when we do have this, that we still have that intensification, but we have parking that can handle any overflow, the tourists in that area, just as an aside.
So you're asking about a municipal parking garage?
Exactly.
So it's funny because our CIO always talked about this before, about municipal parking, like in St. Catharines, they've got them downtown and whatnot. So Mr. CIO, what's your input on the idea of some municipally owned parking structure?
The other one has 5 stories, the 72.
Yep, it does, that's right.
Through the mayor to councillor, anything's possible. We don't own any existing land there, and that would be the biggest stumbling block for that. So we would be open to that. I think there needs to be intensification of the type of parking lots we do have in the core, because currently they're almost all surface parking lots, and you can gain intensification by increasing it, but that also increases the cost per stall.
What about the park at, I know it is Coke Park, the one that actually is 2 levels, it would hit Main Street and Robinson Street. I don't know if anybody even uses that park anymore. It's, I never see anybody at that park. I work in that area, so, yeah. Do you know the park? No.
Mr. Nichol?
Yeah, through you, to the councillor. If you could just describe it again, I didn't catch it.
The park, I know it is Coke Park. It was from when Coca-Cola plant was there. Yeah.
Coke.
Yeah,
Like
Coca-Cola.
Coca-Cola off Robinson. There's a park out there with soccer fields.
Yeah, so it has 2 levels. The top level is at Main Street and the bottom level is at Robinson Street, right next to the, I think there's 2 houses, a church. So it's very close to this development, so it could help that one and support it as well as the tourists in that area. But I don't know if people are using that park because I would never want to take away an active park.
Yeah.
But when I go by, I never see anybody there.
Well, councillor, I don't have the details available, but I think I could definitely take some of those options back. We're in the process of wrapping up a parking strategy, and we've also looked at the cost of implementing parking structures and the community benefit charge, which would take the contributions from developers who are building a certain size of buildings, so that we can have a different funding mechanism to build these sort of things. They're not funded today, but starting with acquiring some land or having some city-owned land would be a great first start. We can take that back and review it at staff level for sure.
Thank you.
Ms. Moldenhauer, were you going to say something? I didn't know if I saw some point that way or no. No, you're good? Okay. No one wants to get in the conversation. Okay, are there any other questions of council for Mr. Baca? Okay, thank you, Mr. Baca.
Mr. Mayor, I was
yes.
gonna just go through, yep. So, and I may need David and Stephen's help on a couple of points, but looking at page 17 of the staff report.
Okay, give us 1 second, just I'll get there. Page 17.
So starting at page 17, council has made some alternative recommendations if council is prepared to approve 77 stories. I'd like to discuss some changes to these recommendations. So the second bullet says the maximum podium height being 15 meters in height. We cannot achieve the parking on site at 15 meters in height. My understanding is we need at least 25 meters for the podium. And I'll have Stephen correct me if I'm wrong, but we can't, 15 meters won't allow us to get the on-site parking we need, which won't allow us to achieve the 1 parking space per unit.
Yes, that's correct, 25 meters.
Okay, so in that bullet, I'm asking 15 be changed to 25. The next bullet, the 2 step backs above 30 floors, that's something that we cannot agree to at this point. We may get there once we get all the updated reports through the holding time period, but right now we cannot agree to 2 step backs. David and Stephen, you let me know if I'm wrong on that point, but my understanding is we can't agree to that at this point in time. We're fine with the next. I believe we're fine with the next 3 bullets. The next bullet talks about exterior side yard and front yard depth setback of the tower be a minimum of 10 meters or greater as required by the revised pedestrian wind assessment. I'm looking to you, Stephen and David, if that poses an issue for us right now.
Nope.
No issue? Good? Okay, and then we're fine with the balance of the recommendations on page 17. Moving to page 18, we have recommendation 2 that deals with the zoning bylaw amendment. We are fine with A, B, C, and D. E, same comment. We need the podium height to be 25 meters, not 15. We're fine with F. G, same comment. We can't deal with step backs above 30 stories at this point. We don't know if it can be accommodated along with the rest of what's in G, so I'd ask that that be struck. And then we are fine with H, I, J, K, L, M, and N as presented. And we are fine with number 3 on page 19. And I believe, in addition to that, we had the discussion about the 50 trees, the 20 attainable units, 50 trees, 20 attainable units, and the 3 green initiatives that I mentioned earlier, which I can try and read my handwriting again. The high efficiency HVAC electrical plumbing systems, green building materials and finishes, and stormwater management system. And I believe that's the total list.
Okay, so I just been requested that we give just staff a few minutes.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, you want to keep going back to that other report?
Well, can we bring up 8.4?
Okay.
We just approve it. We're going to give staff a couple minutes anyway. We're all
Okay, what's 8.4?
8.4 is industrial land.
Okay. Okay, so, Mr. Clerk, can we go to 8.4?
Yeah, I don't see any problem procedurally in moving on to that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk. So go ahead, Councilor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. 8.4 is a report from our planning staff that just deals with the conversion of some lands.
Yeah.
I think, they used to be designated industrial. They're now going to go to non-industrial uses. It makes a lot of sense. A lot of them are on Fraser Avenue. They're residential homes. I think keeping them as industrial uses is probably not the best idea, simply because I don't think that these homes are going to be converted over to industrial. The other location is at the end of 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and almost 4th Avenue. And again, I think we've experienced in the past that having industrial uses so far into residential subdivisions really creates problems, because then you have a lot of large trucks going through residential neighborhoods. It's not the best use for it. So, I mean, I support the report, Your Worship. I'm happy to move the recommendations that are in the report.
Okay, are you making the motion?
Yeah, I'll make the motion. I don't know if the people that are here in the audience for it want to speak. So,
People want to speak to it? Okay, well, we've got a motion by Councilor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councilor Strange. Pardon me? Okay, you have someone who wants to speak to it, though?
You've got people who were, I was involved probably a year from Sam Visca, who owns the property there, and he wants to put up an apartment in this area. And I thought we, the last time we dealt with this, we didn't say that you were going to have employment lands. Now, he doesn't want to do that, and I don't think that is appropriate for that to be done.
Does Miss, yes?
Who do you have any, Rocky?
Councillor Thompson, do you know that the report is to remove the employment land to allow him to do that?
He does?
Yeah, so it'll help him, so then he can build it.
Oh, that's what he, okay.
Yeah.
What I thought it was trying to put it employment lands. Yeah, okay. Rocky, are you okay that?
Mr. Visca, did you want to speak to this at all? Are you good? Are you? No, we're good.
I apologize. We were just confirming something.
No. You're good. You're good. You're good. I think we're good. We're good on this other issue here. We're good, right? Sorry, we're bouncing around here. But we're dealing with 8.4, which is the industrial land conversion on Fraser. And there's a motion that we receive and accept the recommendation, right? So so you're good then. So when the council received the report, direct staff to initiate the proposed amendment for the subjects sites as outlined in this report.
So it's not going to be employment lands?
No.
Okay. He wants to build a apartment?
Yes.
Okay.
Any other discussion to the motion? Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, in favor of the motion? Yes, okay, and that's approved. Thank you. All right, you guys are good. And we're bouncing around here.
Your worship, if staff aren't back, we can go to 8.1.
So we're gonna go backwards now. Okay, let's bounce around here. Follow the bouncing ball. (8.1). So Mr. Clerk, I hope you're keeping track of where we are. Okay, so 8.1, there are two recommendations regarding, okay, moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Strange.
Yes.
And one is regarding the private water and sewer line warranty program, and that council authorized the general manager of municipal works, city engineer to enter into an agreement with Service Line Warranties of Canada. That's the motion. Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you. So, Mr. Deputy Clerk Pietrangelo, maybe where did you?
8.2, Your Worship.
Why don't you just jump ahead, then go back again, and then go?
Second, yeah.
No, we're not jumping ahead now.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is where we are now.
Okay.
With the exception of 7.1.
Well, that's kind of true, but not totally, because we missed one of our opening reports in the very beginning.
Second.
Yeah, okay. Motion by, okay, where do we go? 8.2, thank you. Motion by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Baldinelli, thank you. This is the Fern Avenue water main replacement contract. We'll call that vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Okay, Mr. Clerk, what are we going to next? 8.3? Okay. 8.3, single source purchase request for parking pane display machines. Moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Newestag. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, you keep walking me through till I see some sign of life. I'm waiting for the white smoke till I see. 8.5, honorary street naming policy. There's amendments here. So recommendation council adopt the honorary street naming bylaw policy. Moved by Councillor Strange, second by Councillor Baldinelli. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you.
Move the consent agenda.
Motion by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Newestag to move the consent agenda. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved. Thank you. Okay, let's get. Okay. Okay. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Newestag, that we move the communications and comments of the city clerk. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Okay, let's jump, and I'm just going to really quickly mention what they are for those following along. We approved the flag raising request for the Polish National Flag Constitution Day on May the 3rd. We approved the flag raising resolution request for International Day Against Homophobia and Transphobia on May the 17th. Flag raising request for Haitian Day on May the 18th. Proclamation request National Public Works Week. That's May 21st through the 27th. Proclamation request International Trigeminal Neuralgia. How do you say that one? Somebody help me. Pardon me? Neuralgia. How about the first part? Trigeminal Neuralgia Awareness Day. Thank you for that. Heather Raizulo. That's October the 7th. Thank you for that. Also, proclamation request for the Canadian Viral Hepatitis Elimination Day on May the 11th. Proclamation request the longest day of smiles, June the 18th. National Deafblind Awareness Month, June of this year. And those were all of the communications that we had. And then the last ones, do we have, Mr. Clerk, then do we have the regular communications? 11?
Yeah, section 11, they're all there with the recommendation to receive and file.
Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Baldinelli.
Your Worship, I should say, yeah.
That we receive and file 11.1 through 11.5 communications, yes?
Yeah, well, I think it's 11.6, actually. But what I was going to say, Your Worship, is 11.5, I know we've been contacted by Stephen Seuss, and I feel bad, actually, just receiving and filing it. I think there probably is something we can pass. The resolution that he sent us is very, very, very lengthy. So perhaps we can just simply send that one to staff and have staff come back with something that's a little bit more condensed that we could support. I would like to support him, Your Worship. I just, the resolution is very long.
Agreed.
Right now. Yeah.
So why don't we just deal with 11.5 first then?
Sure.
And then so
maybe I could refer that one to staff to come back with an appropriate resolution for council.
Yeah.
And then I can receive and file 11.4 and 11.6.
Okay,
11.1 to 11.4 and 11.6.
Okay, so we're going to first deal with 11.5.
Sure.
Stephen Seuss. Okay. You made the
refer to staff.
Refer to staff. So I got Councillor Lococo, then Newestag.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was also going to bring up that it was very detailed, and I would love to support it. Being on the homeless committee, I think that the homeless committee should be part of, with staff, to go through those. I know we're in the process of transitioning between talking with the region to find out what the best way moving forward for our homeless committee. I know we don't have some staff resources, but the region has offered to try to coordinate some of the resources, so I'd like to be included in that since I sit on the homeless committee.
Okay, okay, and you're seconding the.
Yes, I will.
Okay, okay, we're good with that. Councillor Newestag.
Thank you, Your Worship. Unfortunately, Stephen Seuss had to leave, and Regional Councillor Joyce Morocco would like to speak to the issue, if that's.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You want to step forward, Councillor Morocco?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, Stephen just wanted to be here to make sure that the motion got passed, and I think that Councillor Campbell was going to do that, and I also think that Councillor Thompson was going to. So I really won't speak to it. I think that everyone's read the motion that he's put out there. He's very passionate about mental healthness and being co-chair of public health and social services at the region. I fully support that, so I would appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Okay, that's great. So let's call the vote. All those in favor?
Yeah.
Okay.
For sure.
And then.
11.5?
No, that was just 11.5, yes.
Okay.
And now 11.
Receive and file 11.1 to 11.4 and 11.6.
Actually, I want to say something about 11.4.
Let's do it 11.4 first. Sure. We'll come back to it.
Through Mr. Mayor, Canada Day events or celebrations is happening at the Fireman's Park, and I think we have to organize the parking lot a little better, because after what happened during the Easter egg hunt.
Mm-hmm.
So if we don't have enough parking spots, because there will be more people on Canada Day than there were on the Easter egg hunt.
Yes.
Is there any solution we can look at, maybe transit or maybe shuttle?
Well, that's a great question, so maybe we can ask our general manager, Rec and Culture, Ms. Moldenhauer, to help us out with an answer.
Thank you very much. Through to the mayor.
We are planning to do shuttles, and to ensure that we take care of our residents throughout our community, we would have probably a shuttle here at City Hall, and then so we could take people to the park. Also at McBain Community Center. We were thinking of the Gale Center as well. So right now we've got 3 shuttles planned, but obviously we could add more as needed. Because we want to ensure that it's easy for people to get there and that we're not disrupting the neighborhood.
And also, can we have a help from Niagara Regional Police Services? Especially just to have some officers on the premises, because what happened at Easter egg hunt, you know, some parents were very worried about kids' safety, so hopefully we don't have the same issue during the Canada Day.
There was a suggestion that for our first one, maybe we ask NRP to have some presence there that day, just helping, just in case we get some people that are upset they can't find a place to park or whatever the issue is. So, so we can receive it and add that in, but I know some other, before we get there, other councillors want to speak to the same issue. So I've got Councillor Pietrangelo and then Lococo. So we'll come back and we'll do a motion.
Thanks, Your Worship. I was going to mention too that when the summer weather is here, a lot of times they park on the grass.
Yes.
So there's parking on the grass available as well. And Your Worship, we're at the point now where we're just putting the final touches on the Children's Memorial Trail. I'm wondering if perhaps we can combine the two so that it can be ready for Canada Day. I mean, we're not going to have a better audience than Canada Day, so it would be a great time to really unveil it, to be honest with you.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Do we know where Eric went, Mr. Nickel?
I do know where Eric is, but I won't disclose where he is. What I will say is that we can take a look at what the contract project is, but at the end of the day, it's within the contractor's design timeline. So we'll try to see what we can do to hurry that up.
Does that help? Yeah. Okay. And Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A resident contacted me and liked the idea about going to Fireman's Park, but she wanted us to consider about accessibility, especially for people in wheelchairs. Going on the grass is very difficult. When it was down on Queen Street, you have level pavement that people can move around, or even people with canes or walking. It's very uneven grass, just in general, not at Fireman's Park, but grass is uneven and you can trip and fall. So she wanted us to be cognizant of that with people with accessibility issues, whether it be motorized scooters, wheelchairs, or whatever. And because there's so much grass, could some of the activities be possibly in the parking lot, which I know you need for parking, but to consider that.
Yeah, and they've got that whole back cement area, you know, that's covered, where they've got the picnic tables and whatnot too. So we can make this all part of an encompassing motion, and then staff can look into it to see, because it's a fair comment, so it's accessible.
Okay, thank you.
Sure, we can do that. Yes? Pardon me?
Through the mayor to the council, we'll look at, there are other accessible options you can do for grass areas and beach areas. They have these mats that you can roll out to take them to a more level ground, and we can certainly take a look at that with our AODA team. So we'll certainly take a look at that.
Yeah. And indoors, I don't know if there'll be anything inside the hall too, potentially, depending on, I don't know what the plans are. Councillor Strange?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I've been getting a couple, or just reading on social media about just the change, and some people like it, some people are like, oh, you know, the parking and that, and then really a lot of people are disappointed that we're not having the parade. And I thought if there was one way that we might possibly be able to do the parade is we got the Haulage Trail. Haulage Trail is a kilometer-long trail that you can access it down a number of streets. So there's if there's a possible way that we might be able to do a mini parade, and maybe not this year, Kathy. I know Kathy's got a long rise, but maybe look into it and see what we can do. And I know the people would really miss it if they didn't have it, but it would be awesome if we could put that in. It's a long trail.
It's a good idea for long term.
It really is, and it goes enters right into Fireman's Park. So and then let the festivities begin after that, right?
Yeah, it's a couple months away, so you get a little bit of time. But otherwise,
We used to have a meeting.
Yeah, we did. Yeah. Yep. Okay, so let's put this to motion. Can someone encapsulate for 11.4 so that we approve the recommendation and ask staff to look at accessibility we asked them to look at the timing of the Memorial Garden and long-term planning for the mini parade for Councillor Strange. Is that everything?
Yeah.
Okay. And ask, yes, thank you, that's it. And ask the Niagara Regional Police to potentially be there, maybe even our bylaw could come in, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the motion, Councillor Thompson's gonna make it, second by Councillor Patel. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved, thank you. Now, 11.1, 11.2, 11.3, and 11.6. Receive and file, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Strange. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved. Yes, Councillor Lococo.
Mr. Mayor, I don't have 11.6. I guess I did not.
I don't either. So, you probably
Update.
don't. You gotta update.
And then refresh.
Yeah, you gotta refresh.
Hit
Okay.
back and refresh.
Yeah, I figured that's what happened.
Before I vote for it, I just have to see what it is. Okay, yes, that's fine.
You're good? Okay, good. And then so we're gonna go back now. Is that okay if we go back to the original planning matter?
We've got to go 7.3, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so let's direct everyone's attention back to 7.3. Staff have caucused, discussed, and Mr. Vaca is at the podium. So who is gonna talk first? Ms. Dolch.
Thank you, Your Worship. So we've had some discussions, and we do want to remind council that although the developer and Mr. Vaca has advised that they'll provide one space per unit, that isn't something we can build into the zoning bylaw. The hydro lands that they're considering using will not allow for required parking, so hydro doesn't allow us. They may get a lease for maybe 20 years, 10 years, whatever hydro allows, but it wouldn't be a permanent required parking provision. So it would still be at the 0.74 spaces per unit, with the addition of hydrolands being an agreement being reached with hydro and utilized, but that's not something we can guarantee long term, obviously. It's just we wanted to caution you on that. With regard to the podium, the concern at 25 meters is obviously 25 meters is 82 feet. So at the sidewalk, you're going to look up and see 82 feet. There's a certain comfort that pedestrians have, and usually it's around the 15-meter step-back podium, where they feel comfortable in that environment. Again, it can go up higher beyond that, but it's that podium edge that they feel comfortable. Then it feels like a 3-story building to them, and it feels like a comfortable space versus a sheet wall going up. So what we're recommending is a step back, 2 podiums, a 2-podium structure. The first podium, 15 meters, step back 3 meters, and then the additional podium can go up to the 20, we went even further at 35 meters, can go up 35 meters to give them that additional to still address the parking issue. And then the other request about the step backs in the tower, obviously we appreciate that some of the holding provision items are still there, and there is things on the roof structure and things like that may change the design a bit. So we are willing to look at, we're willing to consider, as long as the developer's willing to consider some additional step backs beyond 30 stories, just consider them through the site plan process as they redesign the building based on the holding provision requirements.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Vaca, do you have any questions of Ms. Dolch?
No questions. I think no issue with the latter requirement of considering it for sure. On the podium, I'm going to have to
Do you need
look
to talk to your group?
Well, I'm going to have to look to Stephen
Where
and
did they go? Are they
David.
still here? I don't see them on the screen. They shut their cameras off? Okay, so,
You just rush back.
What's the score? What's the score, guys? Yeah. Okay, so would one of you like to address the podium discussion that we just had for Mr. Vaca?
I mean, yeah, I guess it's more of a from the parking perspective. And then from a form, we do have to get into more of a design development phase beyond this. And I think the intent of the facade was to create some sort of, I guess you could say, variation or rhythm up the podium facade, so it wouldn't feel like just a blank wall, but it would be actually kind of a unique facade that wouldn't have that imposing feeling on it. It has been done a few times in Toronto where there has been some relief on podiums depending on the facade type. So I think that was kind of our intention there, is not to fit so much into the traditional podium, but create something different that would, I guess, add some interest to that and justify the increased height for the podium.
So do we have so what are we talking, so then the height, so they're talking about a two-step, is that what it was called, Ms. Dole?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, a two-step podium, so it's almost like a cake tier.
Right, so you said 1535?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's, okay. So gentlemen, I don't know if you had heard that, but Ms. Dolch had suggested, and we're good on the step back, but on the podium, 15 and then a 35, two-step podium was her suggestion from our planning staff.
Mr. Mayor, I do have, well, you can go first.
You go ahead.
I was going to suggest a compromise. So instead of 25, we'll commit to 20 as the maximum height, and we'll look at putting the extra story underground of parking to accommodate the parking. So that was the suggestion.
It's a night of compromising, isn't it? Yes. Yes, Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Your Worship. We can live with the 20 meters if that works.
Okay.
And alternatively, we just had a discussion as well on a compromise, and we can, as we get through the site plan process, we can kind of look at that, the details of that design.
Okay. So we're comfortable at 20 meters for tonight's purposes, and there's going to be a lot of discussion as this proceeds. So
A lot of moving parts.
absolutely.
Okay. So any other yes, Councillor Lococo.
One question, Mayor. Ms. Dolch was concerned about the height near the edge of...
Sorry, we better wait because I don't want her to miss the question. Oh, no, you guys let us know when you're done your meeting. We'll just sit here and play the music again, Mr. Clerk. Yeah.
To Ms. Dolch through the mayor. Ms. Dolch, you were concerned regarding the height at the edge of Drummondville. Is this going to set a precedent that now other people can keep adding to that? What is your comments? I know there's been a lot of negotiation and compromise tonight. Are you happy with everything in general? Is this still an issue for you?
Through Your Worship to the councillor. Obviously, we still have concerns. Our recommendation still stands. Obviously, if council's choosing to approve based on Mr. Vaca's comments on the recommendations on the 77-story tower, we're agreeable to those changes to those recommendations should council wish to approve it. Because obviously, our concern is trying to mitigate the negative impacts that will occur as a result. So those recommendations that were put in the alternatives were provided to council to give that some comfort to staff that some of the issues will be mitigated should a 77-story tower be approved. In terms of precedent setting, yes, it will set a precedence in the area for sure along that transition edge. You will see additional heights, I'm sure, come in as we go, so it won't stop that. We'll have to relook at everything as we start to look at the official plan in the coming days if this is to occur.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Vaca, one other thing. Oh, I'm sorry. Councillor Patel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Ms. Dolch and to Mr. Vaca. We are compromising, right? So we just talked about adding another level underground. And if we go 25 meters, that gives us another level of parking. So wouldn't that solve some of the parking issue?
I'll let the experts answer.
And I'll start, and perhaps maybe the architect Stephen can comment in. But generally, the way right now, the podium height that they were requesting is that is 25 meters was originally.
Yep.
So the parking was built into that podium. So by stepping it back, we are reducing it a bit, but they may have to go deeper underground to accommodate.
To make up for it.
But I'll let.
That's right. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, Mr. Mayor, I just want to clarify. So, with the changes that I brought up, and thank you, Ms. Dolch, for reminding me that it would have to be 0.74 because the hydro lands cannot be used for required parking.
Right.
But we are committed to have 300 parking spaces on the hydro lands, 100%.
Yes,
okay.
Correct. And the other question that was brought up earlier by Mr. Reese, excuse me, is electric charging stations.
We will have them.
They are going to have
yes.
them.
It's part of the proposal, yes.
Okay, thank you for that. So did you want to close up your, or you closed up?
No, Mr. Mayor, I think I thank you for your time and attention, and I request that you approve the alternative recommendations with the changes we've discussed, and thank you to Mr. Burgess, Ms. Dolch, and the rest of staff that was involved in the discussions. And this is a very exciting project, and the word that's going to be thrown around is iconic. It truly is going to be an iconic building. So, thank you.
Thank you for that. So the public meeting with respect to the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. Yes, Councillor Strange?
So I will move the alternative recommendation with all the different changes. I don't know if the city clerk needs me to.
Do we have them? So that's with the 20
Attainable
meter
housing.
podium? Yep, yeah, oh yeah. 20 attainable units.
Yep.
50 trees. 3 green initiatives, HVAC, the material, the storm management.
Yep.
The podium at 20 meters, and the step backs. No step backs. Did I miss? No, I've been making notes here. I got papers all over my desk here.
Yeah.
Did we cover
And
everything?
the hospital donation. Oh, no, sorry.
We'll get there. Yes, Ms. Dolch?
And if I may, sorry, just on the parking.
Yes.
The recommendation says 1, so you'd have to.
What was the
modify.
number? It should say 0.74, right?
Yeah, 0.7, but we have the 300 parking spots on Hydro.
On the hydro. Yes. Right? Okay, we got that? So motion by Councillor Strange, seconded by Councillor Thompson. What's that? Okay, recorded vote, Mr. Clerk. We're gonna make this even more complicated today. We're gonna do recorded vote and turn the lights out and do it in the dark. How's that? Make it really interesting.
Okay, council's heard the motion. We'll start with Councillor Baldinelli. Councillor Campbell is absent. Councillor Lococo.
Opposed?
Councillor Newesteg. Councillor Patel.
In favor, but I would like to say that hopefully staff and developers can come up with it's going to be iconic building. Hopefully they come up with the plan that's like work of art.
Work of art.
Yeah.
Hear that, Mr. Morrow? Work of art. You're already there, but work of art. Yeah.
So in favor.
Councillor Pietrangelo. Councillor Strange. Councillor Thompson.
Yes.
And Mayor Diodati.
In favor.
And that carries.
Okay, so you're approved. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now I have no idea where we are next. Pardon me? 12, okay. Hold on, I'm not there yet. You mean, okay, 12. Communications and comments of the clerk? Okay. Okay, 12-1 to 12-4, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Newesteg. All those in favor? Okay, approved, good work. All right. 13, ratification of oh wait, we did a presentation, we haven't done it. Camp Molly, right? We didn't do Camp Molly? What was that? 4.2. Camp Molly? What is it? Whatever, 6.4. Chief, you've got Camp Molly? Would you like to, we've been itching all night to hear about this.
I'm sure you have. Conscientious of the.
I have the score,
We
Your
got
Worship.
all night for you,
I have
Chief.
4-2 is the score, Your Worship. Just
5-2. No. 4.
Good evening, Your Worship, and members of council and staff, and those that are watching from the public. I would like to share with you an initiative that we are doing, and hopefully with your support. And the initiative is called Camp Molly. Molly Williams in 1818 was the first known female and first known African-American firefighter in the U.S., and she was also a slave. She was affiliated with the Oceanus Engine Company No. 11 in Lower Manhattan. Her service was noted particularly during the blizzard of 1818. Male firefighters were scarce due to the cholera outbreak, but Williams took her place with the men on the drag ropes and pulled the pumper to the fire through the deep snow. Camp Molly, there are several Camp Mollies that are being hosted throughout Ontario. And Niagara Falls, along with the other 11 fire departments in the Niagara region, are hosting the first this year on May 11th to 14th, including Township of Zora, Quinte, Brant, Caledon, Sudbury, Durham, and Vaughan. The history of Camp Molly first started in Halton Region with Oakville Fire Department in 2019 and successfully ran for several years, including in Quinte Region, Brantford, and Vaughan in 2022. And the camp, a 4-day camp for young females between the age of 15 to 18, which is typically grades 10 to 12, showcases all the opportunities in the fire service, and including fire suppression, rescue, but also fire prevention, fire investigations, public education, and also communications. Each camp can offer up to 7 evolutions based on prepared lesson plans. The reason why we're hosting this in our city is because of our training ground that we have. We are able to host all the evolutions, all 7 of them, because of our training ground, our public education, fire prevention initiatives, and also our communications division. And I must state that not all regions can do all 7 evolutions. The mission of Camp Molly is to provide a positive and supportive opportunity for young females in our community. Why just girls? All youth, regardless of gender, deserve to thrive. We applaud other campaigns that work to support boys, but this mission will focus on empowering young women. One of the best ways to help a girl develop confidence is through mentorship, and research shows about 60% of Canadians who say they are very confident had a mentor in their youth. We would like to not only mentally but also physically prepare these women to be empowered. We want to challenge them and show them that although they perhaps never thought that the fire service was for them, that they can do it. We want to also prepare them and challenge them that the way that they'd never imagined that they could. So, as I stated, the camp will provide the young women with who may not consider the possibility of pursuing a career in the fire services with an introduction to various career opportunities available, including those plus AutoX and medical. As you know, the fire service is predominantly male-driven, and this will hopefully open their eyes to something that they, as I said, have never considered. The fire service will no longer be considered a non-traditional career for females. The camp starts on May the 11th, which is a Thursday, and will go to Sunday. And the Sunday morning, they will also be competing in a combat challenge that will really test their physical abilities. The afternoon on the Sunday, there'll also be a formal graduation where their families could be present. And they will also get medals for all their efforts that they just gone through. We will also be inviting members of council to attend if they so wish. There is a very brief video about Camp Molly, and after the video I will take any questions that you may have.
But like after coming and like getting to experience everything, it's made me feel more comfortable.
The girls here are super kind. Everyone here has the same goals of trying to explore their future and becoming a firefighter. Do it. It's like if you want to join it. It'll be good, and you will enjoy it. It has been incredible. It is so cool seeing all these young women getting. Three mottos is be prepared to be challenged, be prepared to be empowered, and be prepared to change the way you see yourself.
Camp Molly Niagara attracted over 50 applicants from across the Niagara region, and 35 women were chosen.
Wow.
And 35 have been chosen from all 12 communities. Again, between the ages of, between the grades of 10 to 12. We have 4 women that were chosen within our city to compete in Camp Molly.
Wow. Any questions for the chief, Councillor Pietrangelo?
Yeah, Your Worship, not a question, but I did hear the chief make a presentation at Station 6 when there was a district meeting out there. And I know he was, there to promote the event and ask him for help. I think they instantly donated $1,000, signed up for a couple lunches. So it's a great initiative, proud to have it in Niagara Falls. And I mean, when you're in high school as a student, you have the opportunity to do co-ops, but there's certain professions, and I think firefighters is one of those professions where you really don't get those real life experiences, or you really don't actually get to train, to act the way a firefighter would. And it's great that we have the camp coming to Niagara Falls, because that's exactly what it's going to give these young girls. So I'll vote a motion, Your Worship, if there's a motion to support it.
Yeah. Okay, so motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Lococo that we support Camp Molly. And is there any other discussion, excuse me, or comments to it? Yes, Councillor Newestay?
Just a question, how are these young ladies chosen? You said that there's some that didn't make it, so what are the criteria for that?
Yeah, so Camp Molly has a board, and they review all the applications. And it's not necessarily targeting those that are physically and want to pursue a fire service career, because they already know that they would like to do that. They also look at individuals who have absolutely no idea, perhaps financial reasons. They have absolutely no idea what they want to do for a career, and this will just perhaps open their eyes to something that, as I said, they have absolutely no idea what they want to do. It may not be for them. But what we do know statistically, that some of the girls that have gone through a Camp Molly somewhere in Ontario, they have gone on to through pre-service, post-secondary education to acquire their pre-service and then get hired in the fire department. So they're huge success stories. I said it's growing larger and larger and larger, and as I said, we feel great about hosting it here in Niagara Falls. And I also want to say that the 4-day camp is being run by volunteers. So volunteers from across the region that are giving their time and their training and their expertise to make it a success. So we're very, very excited about it, and we're the first one this year across Ontario. So.
It's exciting. Councillor Strange?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chief Joe, I'm just wondering if there's any way that any of our councillors, in particular our female councillors, can help out in Camp Molly and help train with the girls, or
absolutely come on any of the days.
Motion that the female councillors go out and
we'll
be part of the training with.
We'll definitely find something for them to do. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, and our regional councillors too.
Yeah,
good point.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sure, he's been laughing until. Yeah. Are there any other comments or questions before we call the vote? Yes, Councillor Patel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think it's such an amazing program, because this will change the way girls are thinking in high school, because you usually do not hear from girls that I want to be a firefighter. So this is going to change their perspective, and congratulations for bringing this forward, and hopefully we'll get to participate in some of the things and actually come and see that in action.
We'll have a helmet for you.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Excellent. Thanks for that, Chief. Thanks for waiting. Okay, now in camera, do we have some ratification, Mr. Clerk?
2 motions coming out of in camera for open consideration. First being that direction to staff be given on options of declaring some city buildings as surplus, and also that staff be directed to report back to council on these matters. And secondly, that there be direction to staff regarding the collective bargaining process.
Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Strange. All those in favor? Okay, thank you. And now, are there any notices of motion or new business? I've got Councillor Lococo, Councillor Patel, Councillor New, oh, hold on, let me make a note here. We got it, it's okay. Okay, so we got to
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The United Way, in partnership with Meridian Credit Union, has a campaign called Period Promise. And I've been speaking with the organizer there. What I would like to put forward is that we connect with Ashley at Period Promise. And what it's about is its lack of access for menstrual products for women. And 26% of the Canadians that were surveyed struggled purchasing menstrual products. So I would like to put a motion forward that in May, and I'll leave that up to our staff, May is the month for the Period Promise Drive, and the staff can work with Ashley about how to coordinate it. You can have it on one day, you can have it on multiple days. We could have a box here at City Hall, the Gala Center, the McBain Center, and then there's certain days to drop it off, and that could all be coordinated through Ashley. So I'd like to put that motion forward, please.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Okay, motion by Councillor Lococo, second by Councillor Patel. Are there any discussions to, procedurally, Mr. Clerk, do we need to do anything to move it forward? Do we need to first, the 2/3, do we need to move that aside first? Or do it in one?
Technically, with new business, part of that motion is just to waive the procedural bylaw, which we can add to this motion.
In the same one?
Yep.
So do you want to add that to your motion
Yes,
too?
to waive the procedural bylaw.
Because normally you'd need 2/3 of a majority to deal with to waive the 2/3. So that is what we need. So first waive the 2/3. I think this is going to be a slam dunk, but regardless. So we're waiving the procedural bylaw and moving the motion by Councillor Lococo, second by Councillor Patel. We'll call that vote. All those in favor? Okay, for the Period Promise, that's unanimous. So we're good on that one.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
The second one, council has received some emails from Crazy Macaws. I know some of the councillors have been talking to Crazy Macaws, and through changes in circumstances, they were not notified about when to put in the application. We have changed our fee waiver process that it's going to be at the end of June. If they wait till the end of June, they're going through 7 or 8 weeks already for their bike night. Because the BIA no longer exists, if notification went to the BIA, the individual company, Crazy Macaws, didn't receive notification. So I would like to put that on May 9th's agenda so we can talk about it at that point, to give them an opportunity through no fault of their own, because they went to go apply for it and they're told we have a new process, and that's great, but I think it was our through change of circumstances, we didn't notify them, so they weren't able to apply.
Okay, so we got a motion by Councillor Lococo, second by Councillor Thompson.
Yes, I was talking to the same end with the BIA gun. I think that you should have discussion with them and put it on the agenda.
Okay.
That second.
So
yeah.
just before I call the vote, does staff need to weigh in at all on this? Yeah, sir, good. Okay, great. Okay, great. All those, yep. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous.
And the last item I have, back in March, there was a fire in Quebec City in the Airbnb, and unfortunately a lot of people lost their lives in that. And one of the things that came out of that was the relationship between the province of Quebec and Airbnb. The province of Quebec licenses the Airbnbs, and there were a lot of illegal Airbnbs, and that was one of them. The province of Quebec is working with Airbnb, and Airbnb is going to remove all of those illegal listings. I did send an email to our enforcement and our CAO. I really think we need to follow up on this. If they're able to do it for the province of Quebec, I know we're a municipality and not a province, but maybe we can look at ways of cleaning that up, because I'm getting calls every day, I'm getting emails every day. This is the season. People are starting to come, and our residents are very upset about the Airbnbs.
Okay. We could declare the city a province. Maybe we could take that angle. Was there any That was a joke. Mr. CAO, did you want to, any comment or feedback?
Yeah, through the mayor, though there's an education campaign going out, our bylaw's fairly new, so there's going to be a postcard sent to every address in Niagara Falls explaining the new bylaw. It's on our Let's Talk page currently, I believe, right now, or coming out this week with regards to the new bylaw change. We have been having residents move to coming in to register for B&Bs. There has been some misunderstanding and challenges with some residents who are owner-occupied Airbnbs, and I think staff will be bringing something there because I think we need to address that issue. The non-owner-occupied residential areas, that's where most of our complaints are, so I think we need to address that. To be clear, this staff have sent last year a letter to Airbnb and Verbo notifying of our bylaw change and requesting them to provide their list of individuals who are not licensed, or for them to monitor our licensing list. There's no response. New York State had sued them for over 7 years. British Columbia has been suing them. The Quebec thing is very new, so we're going to issue more letters to that to see if we can more easily manage that situation. But we'll continue to work on the file as best we can, but there is going to be a lot of changes, and I think you may get some other phone calls from residents who maybe were using Airbnb as a supplemental income to their household that the changes are going to impact. So I think it'll be the summer of Airbnbs, I think, in Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Mr. CAO. Niagara Falls is a tourist city. Obviously, we are going to have some Airbnbs, and there's guidelines and restrictions and permits requested to follow those. So the illegal ones, we definitely have to do something about it. Those were my items. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. We've got Councillor Patel, then you, Esteg, and then Peter Angelo. Did you have anything too? Oh, Ms. Strange, sorry.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, this is a joint new business, so is it okay if we both do it together?
Yes, do it.
Yeah.
Do it. Tag team.
Okay.
So with regard to the quarry that Walker's proposing, Councillor Patel and I met. Oh, so sorry. So with regard to the quarry that Walker Industries is proposing, Councillor Patel and I met with a number of residents as well as the developer to determine, to hear their concerns and determine what the next best steps would be. So we'd like to put a notice of motion for our next council meeting that we'd be asking city staff. We also met with the director of planning to initiate a community focus group made up of a selection of residents, representatives from Walker Industries, as well as city staff to address the key issues associated with the quarry, application to ensure transparency, input, communication, and consensus. Councillor Patel, is there anything to add to that? Or
only one question. Do we need to put in a notice of motion, or we can just give the staff direction to create the committee?
You can do either, but since this is, I think, an action, I think probably it would be better to do it through the motion process, I would think. I don't know, staff, if you have any thoughts on it, or Mr. Clerk?
Yeah, I think the intent here with the notice of motion is just to not catch staff off guard. Okay. For example, we've had the public that wanted to come back and speak to this tonight, and we told them it wouldn't be appropriate to come tonight since we knew it was coming back at a public meeting later this summer. So to give some type of a notice of motion, I think is certainly appropriate, as opposed to just trying to make a decision tonight.
Like, another thing that would be inappropriate would be like the tie he's wearing tonight. Like, that's another example of inappropriate, just for clarity. I just wanna,
so I think that would be good to give a notice of motion so staff can come with a recommendation what they're looking for in the committee for the position. So I think that they know more than I think what we are proposing. So I think we would like to see the report on how we should form this committee.
So you'll second the...
I will second the motion.
Okay, great. So if there are any questions to the motion, let's call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Okay. Great. Look forward to that to the next meeting. Do you have anything else, Councillor Patel? No? Yes?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question about procedure. So for a notice of motion, you can give a verbal notice of motion. You don't have to prepare something on the agenda, just for clarification.
Yeah, Mr. Clerk.
So at tonight's meeting, it was verbal. It will be on the agenda at the next meeting.
But the notice of motion can be verbal, that's what I'm asking.
Correct,
Okay,
yes.
that's all I wanted to know. Thanks.
Councillor Newesday? That was it? Oh, okay. 2 for 1. Councillor Pietrangelo and then Strange.
Thanks, Your Worship. Speaking of the notice of motion procedure, the other thing I was going to ask is, do you need a vote? I mean, I think you're just putting it on the floor that you want to
you're
bring a
right.
motion
Right.
forward.
No, you don't.
So you don't need a vote, right, of council? You just want to inform council. That's
Yeah.
what the whole
Yep.
notice of motion
Yep.
intent is for. Okay. And in regards to the upper quarry, or the uppers quarry, that was one of the things I had on here, because we'd received a couple emails asking us to release the peer review. I don't know, we didn't receive the peer review as council, Your Worship, and I'm not sure what the timelines are. I don't know whether or not staff have it, but could we just get an update from staff in regards to whether or not City Hall has received the peer review and whether or not our timelines say that we have to release it by a certain date? Because the residents are telling us one thing, and I'd like to hear from staff.
Okay. Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor. So we have received some peer review comments that we have forwarded on to Walker's Industries and their consultants. And the reason that we forward those on is obviously we're waiting on a second submission, and we do hopefully want to see some changes in that second submission. In terms of releasing the peer review, we were planning on releasing. We were just waiting for the second submission so that you could see some comments and then the follow-up. Obviously, the second submission will still have to be peer reviewed again, so those are things that we were hoping to get across. And I'll just look to Andrew Bryce if there's anything else he wants to add. He is the expert on the quarry application.
Yes, through you. Yeah, we have received interim peer review comments. We're expecting final peer review reports after the second submission. And at that point, that we would be preparing a JART report and proceeding to a council public meeting.
Okay, just another question then. Do we have a timeline on the second submission? I mean, if it's going to be a month down the road, why don't we just release the initial peer review findings and the residents can digest it and then they can read the updated one when the updated one comes through?
Thank you. I don't believe we do have an exact time. We're still waiting. We know it's coming imminently, but don't have an exact time. So if it pleases council, we can release it in advance if that's a concern of council. We were just, trying to do it efficiently so that you could see the comments and the resubmission all at once. Mr. Bryce?
Yes, same comment. The peer review, their interim comments, we're looking to, in the second submission, we may have further comments on the application to address resident concerns. So these peer review may not address all the resident concerns, but.
All right. In that case, then I'll just make a motion that the first findings be released, and then when the updated findings come through, then they be released as well, Your Worship.
Okay, so motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Strange. Any discussion of the motion? Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved.
Yeah, the other issue I had, Your Worship, is I was wondering when staff were going to come back with anything on the committees. I know we talked about like a committee for the hospice. There was a committee on whether or not we're going to have a safety committee. There was the cemeteries. There was also what was the last one? The appearance of buildings. No, it was right? Property standards. Yeah.
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 Right. Okay. So
is there anything that's coming back on those, Your Worship?
Maybe we can ask
is there a timeline?
Staff. Does anybody have any insight into the answer to that question?
Yeah, I think, Dale, through you, Your Worship, now that the regular committees have been established, we could certainly look at that again. It was a topic on our outstanding items at council review. We can bring that back to the top of the list. The biggest challenge, of course, is what staff would be responsible for each of these committees. And with no terms of reference or mandate in place, I guess staff would be trying to work with council as to what those might be.
Okay. All right. I guess I'll wait for that to come back then.
Good idea.
Good idea. Okay. My next one, Your Worship, was sometimes when there's a new development, they put up the steel fences and they have a bit of that nylon screening that around the fence. Can we just kind of try to understand, like maybe get an email from staff in regards to when there isn't screening on a development? And I know the comment that came to me was some other cities have some really nice screening.
Right.
Like some of them have, you know, plywood boards that do advertising on the front, and then maybe they're screening on the sides and the back, but the front is always going to look nice. Because the concern would be that, you know, when the nylon screening goes up, it looks great for the first day, but then after a week or a couple weeks, you know, the nylon, due to wind and I guess construction, can start to fray and rip, and you know, it doesn't look so great after a while, and it stays up there for the duration. So maybe just an email from staff. I mean, I'm not asking us to change our policy. I just want to understand what our policy is right now.
So I don't know, Mr. Nickel, would that be you or who? Oh, Ms. Dolch. Oh, I'm sorry. Geez, it was a shot there for a second.
Wow.
Ms. Dolch, do you have any insight, best practices, and policy that we have around screening and fencing?
Thank you, Worship. So the hoarding fencing that goes around construction sites, that's something we're looking into now to kind of create some guidance through our developers package. So we're creating a developers package that will be available online. We're just working on the number of items that have to go in it. You saw the site plan guidelines. We made some changes there. We are looking into that. It is a good suggestion. I've heard it from a number of residents in terms of that hoarding fencing, especially in the tourist core areas where it's an important aesthetic feature. So we are looking at that, and we will have more information on that in the coming months.
Okay, all right. And then my last one, Your Worship, was just I was contacted by a resident who lives in the rural area, and she told me that her neighbor is going to be planting 200 marijuana plants, and that they have a license to do so. And I told her, well, we don't allow any commercial growing in the rural area. It's only in industrial areas, and it has to be heavy or general commercial. But I don't believe that their license is a commercial license. I believe that it's a federal license. So if it's a health license, it's different than the commercial license. I guess my question through you to staff is, even though you might have a different license from another level of government, do they still not have to adhere to the local municipal bylaws that are in place?
I don't know, maybe Ms. Dolch, can you help us on this one?
Thank you, Your Worship. So in terms of the cannabis rules, it'll be dependent on when the license was issued. So obviously we put into place our zoning parameters back last year in 2022. So it depends when the actual license was issued. So I'd need to know the property address. We can look into the license issuance date to see if it correlates. But if, for example, it was after we passed our bylaw and they established a facility, and the application that Health Canada received was prior to us doing any changes, then it's in the queue, it's in the transition policies. But if it was after the fact, our bylaw was in place, they received the application, then we could look at enforcement at that point in time. Because we do have the ability, even though it is a upper level government, they were very clear on the cannabis rules and the creation of those bylaws that at a municipal level that they would be adhered to.
And that's what I thought the answer was going to be, Your Worship. So I guess my follow-up question to that is, do we have access to the licenses that the federal governments give out, or the federal government?
Through Your Worship to the councillor. So sometimes you do receive them through the clerk's office, but I don't know if that's the case here, if Mr. Matson's received any at this point. But we can contact them. There is a contact that we have at Health Canada. We can reach out and ask if it's a licensed facility and when that date of license was issued. Okay,
I'll follow up with staff. Thank you.
Mr. Matson, yes?
Just on that point, I did a search this morning for that. We were getting notified by Niagara Regional Police, and the last notification I received was in February of 2022. So I don't know if staff has changed over, or they've stopped, or there just hasn't been any licensing. But when I got those, they would be forwarded on to Enforcement Services staff.
You good?
I'll follow up with staff.
Okay, sounds good. Councillor Strange.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I told some of my neighbors that I would bring this up because it has to do with the north end where I live. Last year we had a pretty big coyote problem. We have 4 coyotes that basically walk around, and they've been gone for the winter, but they've come back now, and everyone's pretty afraid because they're just coming walking down the street, and they're huge, these things. And it doesn't seem like anything is bothering them or walking right past you. I talked to Paul Forsythe, has a small dog, and he was really scared, and it's getting to the point where people are actually bringing weapons and knives just in case because they don't know what to do if one of these things attacks you, and they're feeling so comfortable that they're just walking by you, not attacking anybody yet, but you know, we have 3 elementary schools, and we were missing a couple cats actually. Sparkles is still missing, so.
Sparkles?
Yeah, Sparkles.
Do you have a cat?
No, it's not my cat.
Oh.
No, we're missing a cat. But I talked to Eric and we talked to Coyote Watch Canada. They can't do much, and I'm just looking for some kind of direction or help what we can do, because I would just be afraid if something ever happened if they went after a small child. Obviously, we live 3 elementary schools side by side, so I don't know what the answer is, but I told some of the residents that they're walking, and they're see them even during the day now. They come out. So usually at nighttime you have to worry about stuff like that, but even during the day they're coming out. They're not afraid at all. So I don't know what to do, but I thought I'd bring it up, and maybe someone smarter than me would have some answers.
Well, there's not too many people smarter than you.
Well, that's
Counselor,
true,
but,
but I'm looking for it anyway.
Ask the road runner. Maybe the road runner will know what to do here.
Yeah.
But you know, I'm just going to give you a little experience that I had a number of years ago when we had a coyote problem at Father Hennepin School, and it was Coyote Watch Canada. It was Leslie Sampson that came in. We found out the problem was people were feeding the coyotes and also bird feeders.
Yeah.
And because bird feeders attract squirrels and birds, and coyotes eat squirrels.
Yep.
And they're creating this food chain. So
and we have a lot of rabbits, tons of rabbits.
Tons of rabbits. And people were setting up their wildlife cameras to catch the coyotes eating the food they were putting out. And so finally we found where the problem was. We put newsletters in everybody's mailboxes. We took care of the problem. We had a similar thing on St. James, brought the Coyote Watch Canada in. We did the newsletters, told people the rules. You're not supposed to be feeding the wildlife because it brings in the bigger wildlife. And I know because I've seen the coyotes along the haulage trail and the hydro corridor, because that's their buffet, right? Yeah. They come up and down and come and look to eat things. And then when they run out of rabbits, they look for sparkles and things like that. So anyway, when you say that Coyote Watch Canada couldn't do anything, did we bring them in to do a full audit?
Well, I brought it with the email with Eric, and they just said, oh, we'll watch them, just have everyone form kind of a group and let them know when they've seen them, where it was, but it doesn't seem like nothing's happening over it. So I don't know if we can maybe get back and engage them through Mr. Nickel or something like that with Coyote Watch, just in the north end.
Yeah,
there.
that's Mr. Nickel.
People are afraid.
Yeah, thank you. I think we should take that back as staff. We might want to look at increasing some of our strength of our bylaws about bird feeders and things like that to get to the root of the problem. And
even if we can pass some of those newsletters around or something, I don't know.
Yeah,
we can definitely take that.
Yeah,
back.
and our office can help too, because we've been working on the blitzes in the past, so that's good. So maybe if you can share the information exactly where the coyotes have been sighted, then we could do a coordinated approach.
Yeah, they're not sitting in front of my house or anything. They're out for me.
Oh, so many funny things, but I'm not going to say. Yes, Councillor Patel.
Actually, this will be notice of motion, and I think it's going to take lots more work than just 3 weeks for the next meeting. During the election, I always heard the complaint that people were complaining that within the neighborhood, people speed a lot. And I actually have lots of neighbors bringing to my concern.
Your
and I have seen it myself.
Your neighborhood, they speed?
Yeah, lots of my neighborhood, actually, they have a speed bump and they fly right off the speed bumps. So I would like to see if we can bring up the speed limit from 50 to 40 within the residential neighborhood, especially in the subdivision, not on the main streets, within the subdivision. I would like to explore the idea.
Well, the bigger issue though is that will reduce the speed limit. It doesn't reduce the speed, because then it's a policing issue, and are the police going to police it? And I'm going to tell you, it's difficult because they're dealing with the other crime. It's something worthy of discussion, but it's not as easy as lowering the speed limit.
Yeah, that might take longer because we can go and talk to NRPS. Maybe discuss with few other departments before we can come up with something like this, because I know Councilor Newsnick, she was talking about the same thing during her election campaign. And do you want to tell them the story when you go to the door and people look, show you the car goes fast? Oh, she would like to share a story. It was funny. It was funny actually when you said it.
Did you want to share a story with us?
Yeah. No? Okay. So I think we should look into that, and I'm not sure what departments are involved in it, so I think we'll need to get the report from the staff to see what we have to do for motion to pass.
You know, the other thing too is I think getting our traffic people involved, because the other issue in the past is not enough stop signs, people say, then you got all the other groups says we have way too many stop signs because the majority are ignored. And sometimes it's a false sense of security, so I think it's a complex issue. And then there's traffic calming measures, which there's a whole host of things that our staff do. So maybe we need a whole bigger view from our parking and traffic to come up with some solutions to deal with speed, because we get it all the time throughout the city. And pick your street, you know, and I don't know, and then we need to bring the police, because they're the only ones that can do something about it. And they're saying, we have too much to do, and that's low on our agenda compared to some of the other crimes. So I think probably it's a good idea that we get our traffic involved. So you're gonna do a notice of motion to look at speeds within the city and traffic speeds.
Not just the city, like just in the subdivisions, like inside
Subdivisions,
residential areas, yeah.
Okay, and then staff have to come back with some kind of a report, Mr. Bilodeau. Okay, so
Okay.
you're making a notice of motion for the next meeting?
Yes.
Okay, great. We'll talk to Mayor.
I think that would be what the report would be, is for staff to come back with some recommendations.
Yeah.
Your worship, there are other municipalities that have dropped their entire speed limit
Yeah.
from 50 to 40, and you're right, I don't know that overall it actually reduces the speed,
not really.
but it does increase the ticket once the tickets go out. So
Yeah.
you're no longer, 10 over, now you're 20 over. And that makes people slow down.
Except how often do you see a police officer in a subdivision doing radar? I've never seen it, so I'm just saying.
Maybe when one or two people get the ticket, then, word spreads around faster, so it might make people to rethink speeding.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. I have to tell you one quick funny story. I won't say the person, but there was since it's bedtime story. But there was one resident did this exact same thing, and they wanted radar on their street. So the police did it. They set it up, and the person that asked for it got the first ticket. I'm not going to say who it is, but it's a true story, and it happened in the North End. And I'll leave it there. Yep. Yeah. Oh, I'm positive.
I gotta know who it is.
You do, but I'm not going to say it publicly. So, okay, now, is there any other new business? Are we done? Okay, so the bylaws. We're at the bylaws? Yeah, I barely, but I barely kind of did. Motion by Councillor Peter Angelo to give the bylaws a first, second, and third reading. Seconded by Councillor Newestag. All those, oh, no.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
sorry.
Councillor Coco.
I have a question on 2023-32, the VRU on Kitchener Street. Staff was to investigate possible off-site parking options and report back. I don't remember seeing the report back on that, and we're passing the bylaw.
Who would want to address that? Mr. Bryce?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. I believe they are providing the required parking on site. They've successfully obtained a easement to use part of the boulevard, and they are clear of the sidewalk.
Great.
Okay, so that one's off. I'm opposed to two of them, 2023-030, the sign bylaw on Victorian Armory, I was opposed to it.
Yep.
And 37 to amend the official plan, OPA 147.
Okay, noted. So we'll call the vote. All those in favor, with the exceptions? Okay, approved. Motion for adjournment. Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Patel. All those in favor? Hey, vote. If you don't vote, we're staying here all night, everybody. Who's in favor of adjournment? Okay, all right, thank you.